Mutual Insurance, Planning, Investments. Now, here's Christian Arcan.
Good evening, Red Sox fans, and welcome into the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Live from our WEEI Red Sox studios in Brighton. I'm Christian Arcan. Red Sox were hoping for a little home cooking last night after they salvaged that 6-game road trip, taking 2 of 3 against the Braves in Atlanta after getting swept in Milwaukee by the Brewers. And with the scuffling Angels in town, seemed like an opportunity for the Red Sox to make their run back up to 500, but much like all of the positive momentum for the Red Sox this season, it was fleeting, to say the least. It was Richard Fitz on the mound for his second appearance since cutting his rehab short last week in Milwaukee. Alex Cora had Hunter Dobbins waiting in the wings, and unfortunately, it was not Fitz's night, and that first inning would end up being a killer. It started right away. Tell me if this is familiar. Leadoff hitter Zach Neto, who'd been in a massive slump coming into last night's game, greeted Fitz with some slump-busting power.
2-2 is driven high and deep to left field. This thing is absolutely crushed. It's going to leave everything into the back row of the monster seats. A hanging slider. Fitz gets ahead 0-2, triples up on breaking balls, and it's a leadoff homer to Neto.
With a 1-0 lead, the Angels kept the pressure on Fitz, who struggled to locate really all of his pitches, but definitely the off-speed stuff, as you heard from Fleming just there. After a walk, a single, and an error plated another run to make it 2-0. Mike Trout got a heater down Broadway 3-1 and did not miss it.
He's only hit 1 homer in 34 games here. The 3-1 is number 2. This thing is pounded way back to left center field. Adios. Are you kidding me? One of the biggest home runs you'll ever see at Fenway Park, and one of the game's greats just lifted off. It is 5-0 Angels.
454.
Yeah, you just heard it from Middlebrooks there. A 454-foot tape measure shot that may have landed in the Charles River. That made it 5-0, and they weren't done there. 2 batters later, Joe Adell took a first-pitch fastball over the monster. That made it 6-0 in the first inning, and that home run also made history. It was the first time in the history of Fenway Park that a visiting team hit 3 home runs in the first inning. And just a reminder, Fenway Park opened a week after the Titanic sank, so it's been around a while. 113 years to be exact, and that's the first time that's happened, which 2025 Boston Red Sox for you, folks. How about that? Eventually, Fitz would get out of the inning, but that was it for him. A brutal line, 1 inning, 6 runs, 5 earned on 4 hits with 3 homers. The one outing nearly doubling his ERA from 2.70 coming into last night to 4.71 today. Hunter Dobbins would come on in relief and keep the Angels off the scoreboard for a bit. Red Sox would get a run back in the third after back-to-back doubles from Jaron Duran and Rafi Devers. That was off of Angels starter Tyler Anderson. Then in the 5th inning, the Sox would climb back in it after Jaron Duran doubled for the second time, went to third on a wild pitch. Devers walked, and then Rob Refsnyder singled home Duran, making it 6-2. Carlos Narvaez doubled home Devers. That made it 6-3. And Chase Anderson, whose final line was 4 1/3, 7 hits, 5 earned, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts. That was due in large part to the recently returned Romy Gonzalez, who did this to reliever Hunter Strickland.
The pitch is grounded inside the first base bag. Fair ball. 2 runs will score. Refsnyder home. So too Narvaez. Head first dive. Romy, my homie. A 2-run double, and it's 6-5 Angels.
I mean, just a perfect 2-strike approach. I'm up here thinking, here comes the slider down and away. It's a fastball painted down and away. 2-strike approach shortens up, just to your point. Have to put the ball in play.
So the Fenway crowd was excited. You heard him right there. Will Fleming's doing the Romy, my homie call. Everyone's pumped up. It's electric at Fenway Park. And unfortunately, it didn't take long for Joe Adell to get another chance to quiet everyone down.
Joe Adell to lead it off for the Angels in the 6th inning. Here's a drive to deep left field. This thing is launched, and Adell's got another home run. Just when you get 4 in to make it a 1-run game. So often the story this year, that was an absolute bomb, and it's 7-5 Angels.
And that's also your play of last night's game. It's brought to you by Nissan. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Nissan is here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinder. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. Despite the 2-run deficit, the Red Sox would get some more chances. They loaded the bases in the bottom of the 6th, couldn't plate any. Then in the 8th, they got a solo home run from Ceddanne Rafaela to make it 7-6, but a 1-2-3 ninth from old friend Kenley Jansen, who is a perfect 12 for 12 in saves this year so far, by the way. And that's all she wrote. Sox fall 7-6. They've lost 7 of their last 9 games in that span. They've also committed 10 errors and allowed 6 unearned runs. They also fall to 6-16 in one-run games. As a matter of fact, in games that are decided by 3 or more runs, they have a record of 16-15, and in 2-run games, they're 7-9. The Red Sox have played 22 one-run games, second only to the Pirates and the Braves. Only the White Sox and the Rockies, who are 3-15 and 4-11 respectively, have worse records in one-run games. And I'll tell you, that is not company you want to be in this year in 2025. You don't want to be next to the White Sox or the Rockies for that matter. I know they won yesterday, but you don't want to be near them in anything. Any statistical category. And unfortunately, the Red Sox are closer to them than maybe they should be. That brings us to tonight, where the Red Sox will look to bounce back and force yet another rubber game. And that brings us to tonight's pitching matchup, which is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. For the Red Sox, it'll be Brian Bayo getting the start. He comes into this with a record of 2-1 and a 3.83 ERA. It's his 9th start. Red Sox are 5-3 in games started by Bayo. He's not been going deep into games. As a matter of fact, in his last 5 starts, he's not made it through the 5th inning. He's also allowed 2 base runners per inning in that span. In his last start, he went 4 2/3, allowed 2 runs on 3 hits, only 1 earned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. It was a no decision en route to a 6-5 loss to the Brewers in 10 innings. He said after the game that he thought he could have stayed in a little bit longer. He has made 3 starts in his career against the Angels. For the Angels, it'll be Yusei Kikuchi, who signed a 3-year deal in November. He's 1-5 with a 3.06 ERA. He does lead the league in walks allowed, but despite those walks, he's given up 2 or fewer runs in 6 straight starts, and he's winless in 7 career starts against the Red Sox. He's from Morioka, Japan, went to the same high school as Shohei Ohtani, and made his major league debut in 2019 at the age of 27 with the Seattle Mariners. First pitch tonight is at 7:10, and it's brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all 7s at 617-777-7777. Coming up in about 15 minutes, Will Fleming, no, not Will Fleming, as a matter of fact, but the guys from WEEI Afternoons. That'd be Ted Johnson, Andy Hart, and, of course, Nick Fitzy Stevens will sit down with manager Alex Cora. That's brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Those guys also sat down with Will Fleming, so if he's not too traumatized, we'll go over to Fenway and we'll try and have him talk to me a little bit. I know having to talk to Andy in particular is just a tough fate for anyone, so hopefully he's got a little bit of energy left to talk to me and also to call this game. That's coming up next. I'm Christian Arcan. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. We'll be right back with Will Fleming.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Thumbtack presents Project Paralysis. I was cornered. Sweat gathered above my furrowed brow, and my mind was racing. I wondered who would be left standing when the droplets fell, me or the clogged sink. Drain cleaner and pipe snake clenched in my weary fist, I stepped toward the sink and then... Wait, why am I stressing? I have Thumbtack. I can easily search for a top-rated plumber, read reviews, and compare prices, all on the app. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcan. Nice to have you with us here tonight. It's the Red Sox and the Angels, game 2 of this 3-game set. Some roster moves for the Red Sox today as they recalled right-handed pitcher Cooper Criswell from Worcester, as well as Zach Kelly. They also put Nick Birdie on the 15-day injured list with a right foot contusion, and optioned right-hander Richard Fitz, who pitched that awful inning yesterday, down to Worcester. For more on that, and also on the series here in the game last night, we're joined by the voice of the Boston Red Sox, Mr. Will Fleming. Will, how we doing?
Arcan, I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. Sorry you had to go down there and talk with those guys. That sounds just like a fate I wouldn't wish on anybody. But I hope you made it back up to the booth okay.
No, it's good. The truth is, I've been meaning to get down there with all of them for a long time. It's cool that they were out here at Fenway. And, I'd never met Ted. And, I've always admired Andy from afar. So I'd met Andy a couple of times. But I felt like once things were misunderstood a little bit, it was important to just kind of get there and clear the air up. That was fun.
Was it awkward when you had to get up on a ladder to shake your hand? That must have been, right? A little bit?
I did sit at the counter the whole time, I'll tell you that much.
All right, Will, let's talk about these one-run games, because at first it thought, okay, I didn't freak out about this at first because I thought this is one of those things that'll even out over the course of the year. Eventually they'll start winning these one-run games, law of averages and all that, and here we are through 60-something games, and it's become the identity of this team in some ways.
Do you know what, Christian? I'm starting to think of it as something that's like a false flag in a way, that all the analytics people want to tell you that it will even out, and that over time everything tells you. It's sort of in the same way that clutch hitters aren't clutch hitters, they're just good hitters. I'm not so convinced of that, and I really start to think that it is the mark of a team, whether it's experience, guts, whatever. And I'm not here to say that the Red Sox aren't grinding in the games. Just look, last night they do. But it's just, in some ways, I sort of think it's less random than the conventional wisdom would let you tell, because if you lose this many, like if you told me a team is 13-9 in one-run games or 9-13, those two teams, I would bet you, are very similar. But what the Red Sox have done this year is it's almost mind-boggling and impossible to understand that they've gone 6-16 in one-run games. And unfortunately, I think that the hard truth is that you can try to, put a smiley face on that and say, well, they've been in a lot of these games and it should turn and it should be better. Well, guess what? It hasn't. And it's time for them to prove that they can do that. I think it's pretty clear that right now, without Bregman and even without Casas and without Houck being what he thought he would be, they're going to play a lot of close games. And so good, bad, otherwise, that's probably the reality of this roster. So they got to find a way to be better in them. But like I say, having watched this team every single game, I don't think it's random that they've lost a lot of one-run games. I don't. I know that it's different things each night, but to me, it's the sign of a team that is not that clutch in situational spots, getting runners over with less than 2 outs. Bullpen a little bit shaky at times. So I'm not that quick to just give everybody a pass on sort of the randomness of one-run losses.
Yeah, I don't think you can at this point. 22 of them. I mean, that's a lot. It's the third most one-run games in the league, and they've only won 6 of them. With that in mind, Will, you just heard me talking about the transactions made by the Red Sox today. Considering the fact that it wasn't that long ago we were talking about Richard Fitz as though maybe a guy who could potentially be a number 2 starter down the line, is it worth a second guess bringing him back early from his rehab stint?
Maybe, but you have to remember where they were as a staff, right? Buehler wasn't stretched out. They needed him at the time. And the way he pitched in Milwaukee, I think he earned the right to start that game yesterday. Hindsight being 20/20 was so true yesterday. I even said that. You go to the second innings, all of a sudden Dobbins is rolling along. You say, somewhere 1% of Andrew Bailey and Alex Cora thinking, man, what if we just flip these guys? But they made the right decision with the information at hand. It was just a clunker, Christian. That's one where I am totally willing to say, look, I mean, that he's been great, Fitz has. And he was not yesterday. So I think it's really good, especially what happened yesterday, because they pulled him after the first inning, and they were hoping he'd throw 75 pitches yesterday. Obviously, he fell way short of that. So what that
felt like 75 in the first.
You're not kidding. It felt like 7 hours and 500 pitches. But given what happened yesterday, what you would have been looking at next time out is sort of a similar thing, right? Like a 65 pitch limit, because he hadn't been stretched out. So it's clearly the right move, and I don't think it's really, any statement about what he's doing right now or what they think he'll be in the future. I still really like Richard Fitz. I think he's proven enough at this level that he's got a great fastball. He'll attack hitters. I think his future's bright.
Alex Cora, after the game last night, first of all, I thought sounded different. I thought he sounded a little more despondent than he usually does. Usually he has a bit of an optimistic tone, but I didn't really hear that last night. And he did say that he thinks the pitching staff should be better. And my sports radio mind immediately went to, is that reflection on the pitching coach, a reflection on the pitchers themselves? How did you interpret that comment?
I'm probably not in a position to really opine on that, but I would tell you that it's probably a little bit of both, right? I mean, Alex is pretty open about all this stuff. Every time you listen to him, he is an open book about his own thoughts, because I think, these things don't have to be so black and white. They can be nuanced, these discussions. And by that I mean, not to sound mealy-mouthed, but like you've heard me say it 500 times. I think some of the pitch selections have been really poor in sequencing and everything. You just watch this game enough, and this staff does things that other staffs don't do. And a lot of times they just backfire on them. Now, maybe it's confirmation bias, and I'm not remembering the times that the slider in a sort of expected spot worked out. But I'm just saying, to me, there have been some times when it just seems pretty blatant that the choice was wrong. But the execution is another big part of this stuff, right? Like, you can't say just in a vacuum a slider in an 0-2 count is a bad pitch. Well, it's just got to be a better one. So I think Alex Cora is frustrated with some of that stuff on all levels. And as you know, he watches every pitch, every game like a hawk, and he's on top of this stuff, and he thinks through the mind of a hitter. But I wouldn't say that you're wrong, Christian, to sort of have your ears perk up a little bit. He never ever says things like that. Right. He doesn't. And by the way, he never says anything by accident either. And so what that tells you is there are thoughts about how to fix this thing, and they are ongoing.
Over the last 9 games, Will, we talked about reasons why these one-run games aren't going their way. Over the last 9 games, 10 errors and 6 unearned runs. Is this defense on this team ever going to get any better?
I don't know about that. I mean, think about how many guys are playing out of position, especially once Bregman went down. Think about this. Over the last 3 years, the Red Sox have the most errors of any team in baseball, and it's by like 20 or more than the next closest, and I think it's the Miami Marlins who have the next most. So Again, Christian, I'm with this team every single day. It is not for lack of work or game planning or effort or any of that. They're out all the time working on stuff. But look around the defense on any given day for the Red Sox. A lot of times you got, Abraham Toro or Romy Gonzalez at first base. They've not done a lot of that. Christian Campbell has not played much second base in his pro life. Story is the exception on this team. And then, you flip a coin these days, who's going to play third base for the Red Sox, especially now with Sogard gone. The outfield is its own animal, right? And I think that the part of this thing is that errors do not always tell the whole story. Like Wilyer Abreu has made a lot of errors on ground balls into right field, but is he a good defensive right fielder? Sure he is. And Duran has dropped some fly balls and line drives to him. And Cedon has made some throwing errors. So I don't think that that number alone tells the whole story, but you would be blind and frankly just not telling the truth if you said that for the last several years the Red Sox are even remotely a good enough defensive major league team, because they're not. And you hope that thing can stabilize a little bit when Bregman comes back. You need Trevor Story to keep hitting, because he will stabilize the left side of that defense. What they're going to do with Campbell, I think that's an ongoing question. And, of course, behind the plate, Narvaez has totally been a revelation, and he's saved them a ton of runs.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the voice of Will Fleming, the voice of the Boston Red Sox. I got to go, Will. I'm getting an angry stream of text messages from Andy Hart right now. I got to go respond to him, so I'll talk to you later. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Very good. That's Will Fleming over at Fenway. Him and Will Middlebrooks will be on the call tonight as the Red Sox and the Angels play Game 2 of this 3-game set. Brian Bayo and Yusei Kikuchi are your starting pitchers. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next, we will hear from Alex Cora. It's brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. That's coming up next. I'm Christian Hartcan. This is the Mass Mutual Pregame Show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those 3 listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Pain.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Rhett.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
Thumbtack presents Uncertainty Strikes. I was surrounded. The aisle and the options were closing in. There were paint rollers, satin and matte finish, angle brushes, and natural bristles. There were too many choices. What if I never got my living room painted? What if I couldn't figure out what type of paint to use? What if I just used Thumbtack? I can hire a top-rated pro that knows everything about interior paint, easily compare prices, and read reviews. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
Prepare for juicy house-smoked meats so good you'll lick other people's fingers. Hot off the grill sizzling specialties so mouth-watering you'll want to bid. And so many sauce stains you'll have your dry cleaner on speed dial. At Smoky Bones, we're giving you one big meal deal. Get in for Bones Big Duo, now just $14.99. That's an app and an entree combo for under $15. You're gonna need a bigger napkin, my friend. Smoky Bones, the masters of meat.
Oh, watch for beans.
That sign says watch for bears. Here, let's find you an eye doctor on ZocDoc.
Look, Dr. Barker is in network.
That says Dr. Baker. Here, let me help. Reviews say he's very attentive. Dr. Cleaves has 5 stars and an opening tomorrow.
That's great.
Booked it.
Nice. So, why do I need to watch for falling socks? You've got options. Book on ZocDoc today.
This is Alex Cora. You are listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Welcome back. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcan. Nice to have you with us here tonight, Red Sox fans. And before every game, we interview manager Alex Cora. Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in right now for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. And without any further ado, here with the voice of the Red Sox, Will Fleming, is Alex Cora.
I think we all felt a little momentum coming out of Atlanta. You win a series, and we tune in last night, and everybody's talking about how the pitching is set. Richard Fitz going to extend him a little bit. We got Hunter Dobbins ready, and boom, right there, you're down 6-0. What is that like, that roller coaster of momentum? Is it hard for you as the face and voice of this team to kind of stay upbeat in those weird situations like that?
No, in that spot, you forget all that stuff that you said, and it's like, how are we going to get 27 outs?
Yeah.
Understanding that the bullpen has been used a lot the last 15 days, that we still have 2 more games in this series, and we still have 8 more innings to play.
Right.
So you balance everything too, because as you know, Fitz just came off the IL, and he made 40-something pitches. That's not great. Do we send him for 1 more inning to help get 3 outs and help everybody in the bullpen? We decided to go with Dobbins, and he did an amazing job. And then all of a sudden winning the game, right? And it's tough. Then you think about it, you're like, oh, we beat Atlanta 2 out of 3. We get home. Let's get to a good start. It didn't go. So, we got Bayo tonight. We should be okay. I think the bullpen is in a better spot, and hopefully we win and give us a chance to win the series tomorrow.
Alex, just going in these games, your pitching coach Andrew Bailey. Do you guys talk strategy and plan out what you guys want to do before games? How's that process like with you and him?
Yeah, there's a lot of meetings. Jason meets with the catchers to go over hitters and the previous game. Then Andrew and the starter with the catchers and the game planning unit. They sit down to go over hitters. What's the attack plan? How are we going to do this? First time through the lineup, second time through the lineup, and hopefully third time through the lineup. I think at the end of the day, as you guys know, in sports, right, you can have the best game plan ever, but you have to execute, right? And yesterday we had the leadoff guy on a 1-2 count. We hang a slider. He's a homer. There was a good execute sinker inside. The guy, gets inside, hits a blooper. We walk a guy. We have Mike Trout on a 3-1 count. That's not always good. So execution is something that is very important. And you don't know what's going to happen every 5 days with that specific starter. Prepared, he is. But at the end, as you know, at 7:10, 7:05, you have to do your job.
I could give you rankings and percentages, but I'm just going to keep it very simple. Do you guys need to throw more fastballs?
We always talk about that. And first of all, do we have good fastballs, right? That's the most important thing. It's not always, okay, Mike Trout, let's throw fastballs to him because right now he just came out of the IL, he's late. If your fastball plays. And we got a lot of information, and, let's say I'm a starter. I know my repertoire. I know which one is my best pitch. I know which one is my worst pitch. Your worst pitch, it still can play in certain areas. So you have to recognize your first. The way it works, and Jason talks a lot about this, recognize yourself as a pitcher, then go over the hitter. And if it matches up, then you go to the weaknesses. If it doesn't match up, then stay with your strength. Yep. If your strength is fastballs and mine is fastballs, it's mano a mano. We have to go, right? And that's something that our guys, I think they have a pretty good idea who they are. Sometimes, they execute pitches. And I know we spin the ball a lot. And with 2 strikes, the difference between a homer or a 0-2 take is where you throw that breaking ball. And we have to execute.
Alex, when a player of yours has his name mentioned potentially in trade rumors, like what made headlines a day or two ago that the Padres could potentially be interested in trying to pry Jarren Duran away from you guys, do you have to talk to the player? Do they come to you if they ever hear their names in the press like that? And what level of input do you have if management even comes to you about possible big moves like that?
Yeah, with the front office, I'm always in conversations, not only in the present but the future too. As far as like the rumors and all that, I work in the industry. I was in Bristol for 5 years, and I always tell them this story about Jim Bowden. We were around the training deadline, and we have these shows talking about trades and all that. We're sitting in the green room, and Jim is like, "What do you think about this trade?" And it was like a blockbuster move, whatever. I'm like, "Where you got that from?" "No, I just made it up." I'm like, you see, so I tell the guys that don't listen, don't pay attention to what's going on in social media and all that. Sometimes it's not real. Just keep playing baseball. That's the thing you can control, and they understand that part.
We've made it almost 10 minutes. We haven't mentioned Rafi Devers or first base. I feel like we're due.
Okay.
Ted, I'll leave first base to you. So you've been in the media, you know Boston, you know social media. Rafi Devers is seen taking ground balls.
At shortstop.
At shortstop. With an infielder's glove, not a first baseman. So what should I read?
With a training glove. It was a training glove.
Okay, so what should I read into that?
That's part of his preparation. Rafi hasn't been able to take grounders in a while, weather-related or traveling, all that stuff. And sometimes for him, it's good to go out there and move his feet. So, he's still our DH.
Romy comes back from being on the IL for 22 days, gets a couple ribbies last night. In a perfect world, is he your first baseman for the foreseeable future?
No, now with the way Toro has played, we'll mix and match. We'll look for certain matchups to maximize, understanding that if Romy doesn't play and there's a lefty in the middle of the game, we can use him. He can play third, he can play second, he can play first. So where we at right now, roster-wise, we're gonna mix and match. But he'll get a few starts at first base too.
All right, since we have passed the 10-minute mark, I guess I'm in the all clear as well to ask about the obvious. Any update on Roman Anthony? Further discussions within the organization, and any shot we could see him? I don't know, maybe next week.
Roman is doing well. He's getting better. As of now, this is the roster that we have, and we're going to continue to maximize that. So, we're very proud of the work that he's putting down there. And like I said last week, right, he's not knocking at the door. He's kicking it, right? So we'll see what happens in the future.
One of those Belichickian fibs you told us recently, and we're fine with it. Bill lied to me for years, so I don't take it too personally. I bitch on the radio for 20 minutes, and then I move on. But Crochet was awesome the other day. 12 strikeouts, 112 pitches, couple starts here with 100-plus pitches. As observers, should we now get ready to say, okay, there might be a game where he's going to be limited to 80 to 90 again? How does that play out moving forward for us as onlookers?
No. Obviously, the schedule will dictate what we do, and now we get an off day every week. Right. So I don't think we're going to push it to 112 every single start, but in the range of 95 to 100 full start, he's a go unless he's not recovering well. And so far, so good. That's something we talk about it after the game that day, and for how frustrating it was for everybody that he went short. And we could have won that game, but maybe we don't have a shot to beat the Braves. It's this balancing act, and this for the benefit of the player, and he's feeling great, and he understood the Mets start, and he understood the Atlanta one. He really loved that one.
We did too.
From that game, Chris Sale is on the other side, and when he went out in the 8th, he looked at me, he's like, what? Like, yeah, this is where we at, kid. Things have changed since 2018.
Just to tie up one loose end as we send you out the door, we didn't see Christian Campbell at first base. Is that done with Romy back? Will he still take ground balls there?
He'll take grounders, but we'll go with Toro and with Romy. I think it's more about the playing of Abraham that dictate what we're gonna do. Play him at second. Hopefully get him hot. That'll be good. That will add some strength to the lineup, and if we do that, we're gonna be okay.
All right, Alex. Good luck tonight. Appreciate you joining us as always.
Thank you, guys.
That was Alex Cora with the guys from WEEI Afternoons, as it were. Not Will Fleming. That was Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy Stevens, and Ted Johnson talking there with Alex Cora. By the way, you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Also, every game we have the New England Chevy Dealers Question of the Day. Together we drive. Listen for that during the broadcast today. And if you go over to Sox Booth, the Sox Booth account on Twitter, also known as X. The question is, which outfielder is more valuable to the Red Sox this season? And the options are Jarren Duran or Wilyer Abreu. It's a good question. And an interesting question, considering what some rumblings out of San Diego these days have been saying about potential interest in one of those two guys. Interest that I'm not sure is completely out of the question here with the way things have been going with this Boston Red Sox team. However, that's the question. Which outfielder more valuable, Duran or Abreu? Still to come. We've got your scoreboard, we've got your lineups, and we've got your locks of the night. That's all coming up next right here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Dominate your fantasy baseball league with Fantasy Baseball Today, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Scott White, Chris Towers, and me, Frank Stanfill, every weekday as we recap every player from every game. We'll get you the latest news, waiver wire ads and drops, trades to make, prospect promotions, and everything else you need to take down your league. Follow and listen to Fantasy Baseball Today on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
So you have a podcast, and you really want to make money with it? Then you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. Check this out. We'll host your podcast for free. You just do your show. We'll use the power of Odyssey's massive expert sales team to place ads in your show and make you money. Does it get any easier than that? Nope. You stay in control of your show, and we help you bring in the money. Sounds like a dream partnership. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and start earning more from your content today.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, what up? It's Wiggy, and the big thing in America today is your health and how you feel. But if pain is getting in the way of that, I'm talking about knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, pain throughout your body, and you don't want to deal with pills every day. You don't want to deal with steroids, injections, and you don't want to deal with surgery? Well, I got the place for you. And that's QC Kinetics. They're the medical professionals and doctors that do it the right way. Their regenerative treatments take your own body's healing power and help heal and restore your damaged tissues. So say goodbye to knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain. QC Kinetics has helped thousands of people, and they'd be honored to help you as well. If you want to move around this summer without that chronic pain, here's what you need to do. Set up a free consultation at QC Kinetics. Call 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Welcome back. It's the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arcand here with you. By the way, you can watch Red Sox pregame on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. It's brought to you by Subaru of New England. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. It's time now for the Herb Chambers starting lineups. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars. We help people buy them. Leading off for the Red Sox in left field, as usual, is Jarren Duran, who had 2 doubles last night. He'll be followed by Rafael Devers, the DH. Rob Refsnyder will bat third and play right field. He'll be followed by yet another new cleanup man. That's Romy Gonzalez in the number 4 spot, playing first base. Abraham Toro is your number 5 hitter over at third. He had an error in the game last night that led to an unearned run, but then made some slick plays over at third later on in the game. Trevor Story batting 6th and playing short. He'll be followed by Ceddanne Rafaela in center. Connor Wong will bat 8th and do the catching. Christian Campbell is your number 9 hitter and second baseman behind the starter, Brian Bayo. For the Angels, it'll be Zach Neto leading off. He had a leadoff home run last night, which was unfortunate, off of Richard Fitz. Nolan Shonowell will play first base and bat second. He'll be followed by the DH Mike Trout, who hit a home run last night that still hasn't landed yet. Taylor Ward will be your cleanup hitter in left field, followed by Jorge Soler in right. Travis d'Arnaud will be your catcher batting 6th. Luis Rengifo will play third base and bat 7th, followed by the hero of last night's game for the Angels, Jo Adell, who had 2 home runs, including the one that put the game out of reach in the 8th inning. And Chris Taylor, who I got to be honest, I completely forgot about this whole thing with the Dodgers, who are just so full of good players that they released Chris Taylor on the 18th, and then he signed with the Angels on the 26th. So far, though, that signing's not been great. He's 1 for 11 in 4 games. He'll play second base behind the starter, Yusei Kikuchi. It's time now for your Subaru scoreboard update. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. A couple of games in progress to tell you about, including the Rockies and Marlins, who are scoreless in the bottom of the first inning down in southern Florida. The Rockies looking for a 2-game win streak, which is not something they really ever get to say. The Houston Astros are in Pittsburgh taking on the Pirates. They're scoreless in the bottom of the first inning. Cubs and the Nationals just got underway. Top of the first in D.C. No score yet there either. Still to come tonight, a 7:05 start time in the Bronx with the Guardians and the Yankees. It'll be Tanner Babi and Carlos Rodon, your starting pitchers. The Philadelphia Phillies, who suddenly find themselves kind of cooling off. They've lost 4 straight. They're in Toronto, 7:07 start time at the Rogers Center between Christopher Sanchez and Bowden Francis. In Cincinnati, the Brewers, who are the hottest team in baseball, riding a current 8-game win streak that was launched off the shoulders of the Red Sox last week. They're in Cincinnati taking on the Reds, a 7:10 start time for Freddie Peralta and Hunter Green. Atlanta will host the D-backs at 7:15, a 7:35 start time down in Tampa for the Rays and the Rangers. It'll be Tyler Mahle and Drew Rasmussen, your starters there. White Sox getting a visit from the Tigers at 7:40, a 7:45 start time in St. Louis for the Cardinals and the Royals. The Orioles on the road tonight. They'll be in Seattle at 9:40 to take on the Mariners. The Padres on the road as well. They'll be heading up to Northern California to take on the Giants, a 9:45 start time out there at Oracle Park. The A's, speaking of California, will be hosting the Minnesota Twins at 10:05. Pablo Lopez and Grant Holman, your starters there. And the LA Dodgers continue their series with the Mets. Tyler McGill and Clayton Kershaw will be your starters, a 10:10 first pitch out there in Hollywood. And now it's time for the lock of the game, which is presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit them online at newenglandmetalroofing.com and never re-roof again. Now, I really hope this doesn't end up being a Costanza type of pick here. But Yusei Kikuchi, all those years in Toronto, Houston, etc., never beaten the Red Sox. He's never beaten them before. And I expect that to continue. So I'm going to go with the Red Sox here on the money line. It's -130. Not particularly juicy. I'm not going for juice tonight, folks. I'm going for a win. I need one, obviously. Although I did hit the Devers RBI last night. That was one of several picks, and it was the only one that hit. So I'm just doing one tonight, and that's it. Red Sox money line, and that's all that's all we got here for you. I'm Christian Arcand. This has been the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Do not move a muscle. Don't go anywhere. First pitch coming your way next. next, right here on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Mom, can you tell me a story?
Sure. This is the story of Redfin.
You mean Red Riding Hood?
No, I mean Redfin. Once upon a time, there was born a real estate brokerage that was also a magical app. They called it Redfin. Redfin is on a mission to get people the fairest deal of them all.
Like in Snow White?
Mm-hmm. With listing fees as low as 1%, Redfin agents charge half of what others often charge, so you have more money to put toward your dream home. And the Redfin app has a clever way of helping you find it.
A trail of breadcrumbs?
No. They update their listings every 2 minutes and give personalized recommendations so you see homes that are right for you.
And then you live happily ever after?
Yep. Time for bed.
Mom, I heard this word and I want to know what it means.
Okay.
What is escrow?
I'll ask our Redfin agent. I'm sure they'll know.
Download the Redfin app to get started. Fee subject to terms and minimums. Equal housing opportunity. CADRE number 01521930.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action. From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is...
Say, Don delivered
Red Sox baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And the left field, adios. Sale winds, he fires. Swing and a miss, quickly, it's over.
And the Red Sox win on a wall double by Devers.
Jump on his back, fellas, the Red Sox win.
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
And Hideo Novo's pitched a no-hitter.
Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella. Here for good.
Devers is homered in 5 straight.
Buy cars for kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks. Official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Strike 3, a no-hitter. 23-year-old Clay Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Duran will score.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Way back. Grand slam.
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. C&S Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone. Into the bullpen.
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners. Boston's premier retirement planning specialist.
Warner just yelled. Tech and A-Rod are having words, and now they're in a fight.
Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Battle won by House.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth.
Here's the throw. Roberts dives, and he is safe.
And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on. New England Chevy dealers. Together, let's drive.
Goodbye, Christian Campbell.
Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks.
On yet another beautiful early June night at Fenway Park, the Boston Red Sox looking to turn the page on a sort of eyesore-ish opening game with the Los Angeles Angels. Sox lost 7-6. They battled, but 6 first inning runs doomed them. And tonight, the Red Sox look to start a streak anew and give themselves a chance to win a series from L.A. Brian Bayo is on the mound against familiar foe Yusei Kikuchi. It could not possibly be a nicer night for our ball game. Red Sox come in 4 games below 500, 29-33, a full 9 games behind the New York Yankees, whom they will visit this weekend in the Bronx. It is just utterly gorgeous here tonight at Fenway. The Red Sox go with a similar lineup to the one that scored those 6 runs last night, with all the right-handers, Romy Gonzalez, Rob Refsnyder back in the heart of the order. And it's been a very busy day roster-wise for the Red Sox. We'll get you caught up on all the transactions. But first, time now for our national anthem, which is brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com, where you'll find stable, sustaining, skilled trades careers helping bring the next generation of U.S. Navy submarines to life. We build giants because it takes one to build one.
Red Sox on the field are our Anthem All-Stars. And now, here to perform the national anthem is a talented group of musicians who attend the Boston Higashi School, a specialized school for children and young adults with autism spectrum disorder who learn to overcome obstacles and gain confidence through daily life therapy and a balanced curriculum. Please welcome the Boston Higashi School Jazz Band.
1, 2, 3, 2, 1, go!
Very great job by the Boston Higashi School Jazz Band, and a wonderful effort by those kids to show that courage and bravery to get out in front of all these people here at Fenway Park. A job very well done on a night that we take pride in all the disabilities that afflict many of us. And the Red Sox open to put on a show for them tonight in Game 2 of this 3-game series with the Los Angeles Angels. The Speed Report in tonight's ball game is brought to you by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store today to check out the latest deals. I took a deep dive, which is always a dangerous thing for me today, on Brian Bayo's changeup. It is up almost a full 2 miles per hour over a season ago. Batting average way up, swing and miss way down, and as a result, left-handers hitting so much better against Bayo this year. And of course, Ron Washington, well aware of that here this evening, and he will stack his lineup with just about as many lefties as he has. And Rengifo and Shanuel both in there. This is a right-handed heavy Los Angeles order, so maybe a little bit of a break for Bayo, but still, it goes without saying that the Red Sox need Bayo to be really good here tonight after a disastrous first inning from Richard Fitz. Mike Trout is back in the lineup for the Angels, of course, and he moves up into the 3-hole as the DH, and why not? As good as he's been, he launched one of the most prodigious home runs we've seen in some time in this ballpark. Step aside, give you the starting lineups on the Red Sox and the Angels' first pitch right after this from Fenway Park in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Kiara Palazzolo, VP of
Hi, I'm Mike.
And I'm Mark, the owners of Reliable Fence, New England's leading fencing company.
We're a family-owned business that has delivered unbeatable value for over 70 years. Gramps thought that if he gave the best customer service with the best fence product, people would notice. And they have, with a 4.7-star Google rating from over 650 reviews.
That's right, Mike. Our high-quality fences protect and beautify your property, and always at a fair price. Plus, our dedicated year-round staff is always here for all your needs.
And right now, you can save big with our annual Spring Into Savings sale, where you'll save 20%.
If you've been thinking about getting a new fence or replacing an old one, now's the perfect time to take advantage of our awesome Spring Into Savings sale and save 20%.
Just go to ReliableFencing.com. That's reliable, FENCING.com for the best fence around.
Reliable Fence. We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Could not have dialed up a nicer night for a ball game between the Red Sox and the LA Angels. In fact, this feels like March in Anaheim. It's just that good here tonight in Boston. Yusei Kikuchi, the Angels pitcher, makes his march out of the visitors' bullpen. Brian Bayo is already in the first base dugout. He and Connor Wong about to lead the Red Sox onto the diamond. It's a busy day roster-wise for the Red Sox. Injuries up and down and big-time moves. Richard Fitz goes back down to AAA to get himself stretched out after that very shaky first inning yesterday. Zach Kelly comes up, not to take necessarily his spot. Cooper Criswell is here for that, while Nick Birdie, is back down onto the injured list with a foot contusion, and he got stepped on over at first base. So Criswell and Kelly up. Birdie and Fitz are down as the Red Sox look to find solutions here the last couple days of this very brief 3-game homestand before heading off to the Bronx after an off day on Thursday. Along with Will Middlebrooks, Will Fleming, as the Red Sox just about ready to take the field in the home white unis. The Morgan & Morgan starting lineups are brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. And Zach Neto, who homered to begin the game yesterday, will lead it off once again for Ron Washington and the Angels. They come in 27 and 32. Then Nolan Shanuel, he'll bat second against Bayo from the left side, and he's the first baseman. Mike Trout, the DH, bats third, and boy, is he on a heater since coming off the injured list. 3 hits yesterday, including a 454-foot home run here. He is now 8 for his first 15 since coming back from his injury. After Trout, Taylor Ward cleans it up. He's in left field. And then Jorge Soler, the right-handed hitting, power slugging right fielder, bats fifth. Travis d'Arnaud, who for the longest time was a great secondary catcher for the Atlanta Braves, playoff hero for them. He catches and bats 6th. Luis Rengifo is a switch-hitting third baseman, and he bats 7th. Joe Adell homered twice last night. He's in center field. He bats 8th. Chris Taylor, the second baseman and longtime Dodger, is in the 9-hole for the other LA team, the Angels, tonight. Meantime, for Alex Cora and the Red Sox, they come in 29-33. They're 9 back of the New York Yankees in the American League East. Jarren Duran, who was scalding hot last night, couple doubles and a base hit, he leads it off. He's in left field. Then Rafi, who drove in the Red Sox first run, he's the DH and he bats 2nd. Rob Refsnyder had an RBI hit, looked very good back at the plate. He's in right field batting 3rd. And then Romy Gonzalez, 3 hits. And then he's at first base cleaning up. Bayo leads the Red Sox out onto the diamond to a nice round of applause. After Romy, Abraham Toro, who's been a total revelation. Switch hitter will bat from the right side. He was good again, especially at third base defensively. He's back there, and he bats 5th. Trevor Story, the shortstop, bats 6th. Faison made it a 1-run game with a homer in the 8th inning, and Rafaela is in center field batting 7th. The catcher, Connor Wong, bats 8th, and then Christian Campbell struggling so mightily at the plate. He is at second base, and he bats 9th. Will Middlebrooks, as you lock into this game, what are you looking for, especially early? This Red Sox team has struggled so badly in the first inning. Bayo's got a 4.5 ERA. The Red Sox have given up the worst batting average against in the first inning. What does Bayo need to do to keep that in check?
Well, it's going to be a balancing act here in the first, just because the Angels are very aggressive early in counts. We saw that yesterday. We've seen that throughout their season. Home runs have generated over 50% of their runs this year. They live and die with trying to go deep. So you can't miss his spots, but he can't be too careful. We've seen that with Bayo a lot in his outings this year, just nibbling and not getting a lot of swing and miss and a lot of uncompetitive pitches. So he's got to get nasty, and he's got to throw strikes.
Told you that Birdie's down onto the injured list. The injury report is brought to you by Catchus Law Group, champions for the injured, with more than $3 billion recovered for New Englanders. Romy Gonzalez is flipping balls to Toro, Story, and Campbell on the infield. The Red Sox defensive alignment brought to you by the Baldwin Group. Insurance, employee benefits, and wealth management. If you can dream it, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group is protecting the possible. Sadon anchors the outfield in center, Refsnyder in right, and Duran is left. It's so great to see Alex Bregman again. He's in the Red Sox first base dugout. He had a bat in his hand earlier today. I assume he was taking hacks down in the cage.
Yeah, at this point, if it doesn't hurt to do it, they're likely going to let him keep moving around and swinging the bat.
Hopefully it won't be long before he swings a bat in the box here at Fenway. Here's Zach Neto, and Bayo is ready. The pitch is a fastball right there on the inside corner, 96, and it's 0-1.
That's perfect, right? And the thing with Bayo is when he's at his best, he's getting a lot of ground balls. He's not chasing the strikeout.
0-1. Here's the pitch, and a fastball misses inside. Anybody who follows the Red Sox knows that Bayo has not pitched through the 5th inning since May the 2nd. And last time he had some swing and miss, but just not efficient enough. The 1-1 is inside. He's gone 3 sinkers in a row, and it's 2-1 to Neto. He threw 80 pitches through his first 4 innings last time, did Bayo. 3 hits over 4 2/3. But he's just walked too many deep counts. 2-1. The pitch is a comebacker. Sawed him off. Bayo calmly off the mound. Gloves. Throws an absolute heater to first base. And there's one away.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Bayo take that approach against these right-handed bats that are very aggressive. Is that sinker that starts middle in, runs just off the plate. If he can execute that, we're going to see a lot of weak contact.
Can I tell you that if he does, I'll be thrilled.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Because too often he has deviated from what made him so great. We'll see what the changeup looks like tonight.
Unfortunately, that's what the iPad tells him.
Nolan Shanuel with 1 down. No score, just underway. The pitch is a little low. Sinker. That one was down and in. Maybe with some purpose to Shanuel. Ball 1. So we started at 7:12, 71 delightful degrees. Time and temp brought to you by Hatfield Marinated Pork. Elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. Taste victory with every bite. The 1-0. That looked like a fastball up and in. 95 looked close, but called a ball.
Yeah, that was in the zone. Not called. It was also across the plate from where Wong was set up.
Alex Spear tells us that he's the first Red Sox starter with 5 straight starts to not go 5 since Zach Godley in the COVID year. Not good company. The 2-0 pitch misses outside for ball 3, and here we go. Even with the missed call from Guccione, I mean, you get an easy first out, and with Trout on deck, it's now 3-0. Bello delivers, and he gets one on the inside corner. Good sinker, and it's 3-1.
Well, I like the velocity. I like the movement of that fastball. Just need to get ahead. We've seen this before where he falls behind these guys.
1 out, top 1. Glorious night at Fenway. Trying to get through the first unscathed. 3-1. That's a beauty. I mean, that's the vintage Bello sinker right there. And I think at times, Will, that's why he gets away from it, why he can struggle to land it for strikes. It does move so much when it's on.
I just think sometimes people get caught up in all these metrics and they forget how hard it is to hit 97 with run and sink.
Preach. I totally agree. 3-2. Play him ever so slightly to pull. The payoff pitch is called a ball. What in the world is that? I mean, that's a fastball right there. And it's called ball 4.
That's not even close. The first one that was a strike was close. This one, the entire ball is inside of the strike zone.
Connor Wong is the catcher today. Again, the challenge system needs to be here yesterday. That just can't happen.
That's bad.
So here's Mike Trout. No score, 1 on, 1 out. The pitch is the first slider he's thrown. It was a really good one on the corner, 0-1. I mean, here we go, an early test for Bello because, you know, instead of 2 outs, base is empty. See if he can get over the frustration. 1 on, 1 out for Trout. 0-1. Here's the pitch and a check swing. Good sinker. Good purpose to that one. It missed, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, it's hard to get in on Trout. He's got short arms. He stays tight to his body with his hands, and he can turn on the ball better than anyone. So I'm curious to see if they go some 4 seams up and in to try to get above that. That's the one spot in his swing that he can struggle with.
Bello's thrown more of those this year. The 1-1 is a check swing. Looked like a strike anyway. Called one. Sinker, and it's 1-2. Trout in his 7th game back off the injured list, and he is swinging it.
Wow. After those sinkers in, you can throw one of those changeups down and in right here.
1-2. Runner goes. The pitch is lined up the middle, off the glove of Campbell and into center field. Christian was over to try to cover second base after the base runner bluffed going. Shonawall stopped, and then Campbell was actually fortuitously right there at the bag. It was smoke, but Campbell couldn't handle it.
I tell you what, that's just a future Hall of Famer doing what a future Hall of Famer does, because that was a good 4-seamer up and in that we talked about after the sinkers down and in. That was at the very top of the zone, up and in, and Trout pulls the hands in, smoked that up the middle.
So now trouble for Bello. 2 on, 1 out, and here's Taylor Ward. And right leg on the first base side of the rubber. The pitch is a slider that misses outside. And, you know, truly, Chris Guccione is responsible for a lot of this. Bello should not throw as many pitches as he has or he will in this inning, but it's another test for Bello here. The 1-0's a slider that misses badly. The pollen is in the air the last couple of days. There's these white, almost like dandelion cotton puffs flying all over Fenway Park.
Don't breathe that in. I don't want to do play-by-play.
The pitch is ripped to short, caught by Story. He spins, throws to second, double play. Shonawell assumed that was going through, and it did not. How the baseball gods even things out right there. We go to the bottom of the first inning. No score. It'll be Duran, Devers, and Refsnyder against Kikuchi in the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
The Angels bullpen a little tardy to get out into their position, so
take your time, boys. Not a big league game going on or anything.
Kikuchi ready to throw. Duran was ready, but we'll wait, and now they're out there.
That should be a violation. This should be ball one.
I think so. Get off my front lawn. Duran, Devers, and Refsnyder against Kikuchi. The pitch to Duran. Misses outside. The Red Sox know this guy so well. Long-time Mariner, then a 3-year deal with the Blue Jays, traded to the Astros last year. He's made 9 starts, 5.97 ERA against Boston. Sort of a crafty left-hander. Only his 6th major league season. Feels like he's been around forever. 1-0 is a borderline pitch called a strike, and it's 1-1.
Well, he had a really good May. 6 starts, 1.89 ERA, but on the road, 4.3 ERA in those 7 starts.
You got the papers from the Library of Congress out, and they're highlighted, too. Here's a breaking ball to Duran that misses, and it's 2-1.
Library of Congress?
If that's still around anymore.
Sturgeon gave them to me next door. Said, thanks, Dad.
Son, this is what prep looks like. 2-1 to Duran. A couple of doubles and a single yesterday. The pitch to him is popped up. Just missed that one. It's hit well into left center field, but Adele, the center fielder, will, in the end, yield to the left fielder, Ward. That was just off, and there's one away.
Yeah, I think we're getting real close to one of those hot Junes that we've seen in the past from Jarren Duran.
So now Devers second in the Herb Chambers batting order, brought to you by Herb Chambers Toyota of Auburn and Boston. Devers doubled in a run last night, took a big-time walk in that 4-run 5th, and just missed in the 8th. Here he is. Line drive into left field. Insanity. A base hit. Missile. First pitch hit for Devers, and he just keeps on doing it.
That was a rocket.
It's so easy to say it from up here, Will, and we did for the first 3 weeks of the season. But when he does that, man, there are not many better than he.
Look, if you're getting a fastball middle and you're firing it to left field like that, the pitcher goes, man, I know if I hang you off speed, you're going to hit me to the red seat.
Yep.
Maybe not.
Here's Rob Refsnyder. Well, that's apparently physically impossible. The pitch to Rob is a backdoor slider for strike 1.
Don't get me going on that. People getting mad at me when I say it didn't happen.
Well, let's wait till it's 10-2. Talk about that.
Yeah, well, hopefully you forget about it.
First inning, no score. 1 on in Devers. Refsnyder has had a wonderful year. The pitch is outside. 1-1 with a changeup. 304, 4 homers, and 12 driven in. He's made 10 starts since April the 21st, and he's homered in 4 of those. Feels like every time he gets in there, he goes deep. And Kikuchi steps off. I love that, as if Devers is going anywhere.
Just to get the crowd going a little bit, boo him a little bit.
Raffy hit that a cool 112 off the bat. The 1-1 to Refsnyder, loop down the right field line, slicing foul. That was almost a little dump shot down the right field line, but out of play 1-2.
Little soft serve.
Yeah.
Chris Catello special.
They only had the Oreos in there today. You know, I've only had the ice cream here this year one time.
What do you normally put in there?
I love the Oreos.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I like the Oreos too, but a little Heath bar action every once in a while?
They got like a little Butterfinger component in there too.
Oh, all right.
Never the gummy bears, and rarely sprinkles either.
Well, sprinkles taste like nothing, so it's kind of pointless.
Don't tell my kids that. I mean, it's 7 spoonfuls. 1-2 to Refsnyder. Devers at first. No score, bottom 1. Outfield a little bit the other way. The pitch is a line hopper that should be 2 to second for 1. Over to first, 2, double play. Hit it right on the screws, but into the defense. Inning over. Scoreless after 1 in the Shaw's and Star Market. WEI Red Sox.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade. Right now, I'm digging into the history of incredible infrastructure projects of the 1930s, including the Hoover Dam, the Empire State Building, the Golden Gate Bridge, and more. The promise is in the title, History That Doesn't Suck. Available on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
With all the money you can save on gas when you use the Club Citgo Rewards app, you're good to go. But good to go where? Good to go fly first class?
Hot towel.
Cool. Good to go to the opera. Good to sit ringside at a boxing match. Good to go salsa dancing? Tap dancing? Or polka dancing? Download Citgo's money-saving Club Citgo app today. The easiest way to save money on fuel. Now you're good to go.
For the 48th year in a row, Ford F-Series are America's best-selling trucks. The trucks that move mountains also move boats, bricks, and 2x4s. Work days and weekends, job sites and campsites. F-150 and Super Duty never stop working, just like you. Ford F-Series, official truck of your Boston Red Sox, and America's #1 selling trucks for 48 years straight. It's a record that may never be broken. Until next year. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2024 CY total sales.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jorge Soler to lead it off against Brian Bayo. Actually, was quite good in the top of the first inning. 17 pitches, pounded sinkers in. Soler with 8 homers and 24 driven, and a slider chopped to third. Toro's gloves, throws to first in time. That is so much more like it. A 1-pitch out to begin the second.
Yeah, and he kind of tipped his hand, right? I'm going to be aggressive with fastballs in on aggressive hitters like Soler. So he goes up there hunting that 2-seamer, gets the sweeper, rolls it over to Toro for the easy out.
It really has been incredible. 5 straight starts, not through 5 innings. Last time Alex Cora kind of made a statement pulling him out. He really, I thought, took a step forward in Milwaukee. A little more efficient, a little more in attack mode. 77 pitches thrown, and that was that. Travis d'Arnaud digs in, and now umpire Chris Guccione is going to ask for time. You very rarely see that. I think he was calling a 30-second timeout in basketball. Travis d'Arnaud has not played a lot behind O'Hoppe. He was fabulous for the Atlanta Braves, longtime top prospect for the New York Mets. The pitch is a fastball that misses just inside. This guy is one of the great clutch playoff hitters of recent years, and he's owned the Red Sox in all those rivalry games with the Braves. He's back home just outside Long Beach with the Angels. The 1-0 is a chopper foul. I was talking to him the other day. I happened to officiate his brother Chase's wedding.
Did you really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You're so random sometimes. But I love that.
Travis is a wonderful guy. He and Chase built this amazing baseball academy down there. 1-1 is a sinker on the inside corner. They're trying to give back to their community. It's run more by Chase and some other coaches than Travis. He's obviously a little bit busy at the moment. But they are SoCal through and through, and such delightful guys. 1-2. Pitch is down and away. One thing I like to tell people is that clubhouse managers, when they make the d'Arnaud jersey, It's a lowercase d, then apostrophe capital A-R-N-A-U-D.
So it's like DeGrom.
Yeah. And so they take a capital P and just flip it upside down, which I love. 2-2 to Travis d'Arnaud. Leading off with one down in this second inning. How's that for an oxymoron? A pitch misses outside with a changeup, and it's 3-2.
I came up playing. I played against his brother, but I also played against Travis a lot once he got over. He was in the Blue Jays system. Yep. He was in New Hampshire with the Fisher Cats.
He's been in some huge trades, including one for Roy Halladay. 3-2 is a chopper foul on the third base side.
I thought it was cool, and I had no idea, but Sal Fasano, a longtime minor league coach, he was a player, obviously, but he was the manager of that New Hampshire Fisher Cats team when d'Arnaud was there, and now he's a coach with the Angels.
Wow.
I saw him today. He came up and gave me a big bear hug.
Sal is a bear, full circle. 3-2 to d'Arnaud. The pitch is a soft ground ball to short. Trevor Story's got it. Crow hopping a throw to first in time, and they're two away. Something about Alex Anthopoulos down in Atlanta. They just seem to always have a surplus of catchers. They had Murphy and d'Arnaud. Now they got this kid, Drake Baldwin.
Oh, who can swing it?
Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Every strikeout from a Sox pitcher, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Luis Rengifo batting left. Digs in, and he takes a perfect sinker on the corner, 97. This is the best Bayo in its own one.
I'm telling you, everyone thinks it's all about the changeup with Bayo. No, it all starts with his sinker. If he's locating that, good luck.
0-1. Pitch is a soft ground ball to third. Attaboy, gloved by Toro. Throw to first. Inning over. 3 ground ball outs in the inning, 4 overall. That's the best version of Bayo possible. We go to the bottom of the second, no score on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
There are two types of golfers, those that can hit solid golf shots wearing sunglasses and those that wish they could. Shaden Precision Eyewear is all about better vision and better golf. If you're lacking confidence to wear sunglasses while hitting golf shots, go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and learn why so many tour players and their caddies have switched to the Shaden brand. Use the code SPRING to get 20% off and a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to see the golf course like you've never seen it before.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Chris Scheim. Tell me if this one sounds familiar. Over the weekend, you went into your closet trying on shorts from last year. They were all maybe a little too tight. So you searched deeper in your closet through shorts you stashed away from your thinner days, hoping a big pair got lost in the mix. No luck. Well, I'm here to tell you, don't buy bigger shorts. Instead, do what I did and fit into the ones from last year in just a few weeks with Awaken 180 weight loss. Heck, you'll be wearing your thin shorts again just a few weeks after that. How do I know? Because I'm wearing my Thin Scheim shorts this summer by dropping 40 pounds with Awaken 180. Say it with me. Don't buy bigger shorts. Make that pledge, then call Awaken 180 and make the most out of this summer and every summer after that. Free support for life, the backbone of Awaken 180, and the reason I chose the solution for weight loss. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Romy Gonzalez to lead it off against Yusei Kikuchi as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Scoreless, and Romy takes a curveball a little bit low for ball one. Big savings are sizzling at Shaws and Star Market. Right now, pick up value pack beef, T-bone, or New York strip steak, or lamb loin chops, bone in. 1-0. Romy swings and misses at a fastball.
All right, this is my favorite time of the day, Willie. At the sunset, reflecting off the Citgo sign in downtown.
Yeah, it's awesome. Takes on kind of a pink hue here. The 1-1 is line foul. He was a little late on that. Served it down the line.
To quote a great movie, is this heaven?
No, it's Fenway. I totally agree. Like the next 10 minutes are like the magic hour here.
As my 6-year-old Madison would say, that's called golden hour, Dad.
That's a little young for that. I love it. 1-2, the pitch. Romy takes strike 3. He knew it. He was hoping he'd get a call, but bottom of the zone, 1 away.
Yeah, so what we're learning from Guccione, he's got a low zone, and he will not call the high strike. We've already seen that a couple times.
So there's the first punch out. And here comes a red-hot Abraham Toro. He was trying to will that out of the zone, shaking his head. It was borderline for sure. Toro batting right, takes down and in. You wondered what he was able to do yesterday against the lefty Anderson Toro, and ripped a base hit in the second inning. He really has been a revelation. He's one of the main reasons that for now Christian Campbell is going to stop thinking about playing first base. The 1-0 misses high and away to Toro, and it's 2-0.
In the last couple years, you've seen guys fill in at first base and be somewhat successful. Toro this year, we had a little Dom Smith action last year.
2-0 is down and in, but it goes without saying Triston Casas was here today. And boy, did they miss him. I mean, it was an aggravating first month. He wasn't hitting, but so much of the offensive hope hinged on his bat. 3-0. You like Toro to be patient here. He takes a ball. He wanted to make sure, a little bit up and away, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Toro.
Yeah, look, Kikuchi will walk the house if you let him. He has the most walks in baseball right now, 35 of them.
Which is a big part, you would think, of the game plan for the Red Sox. And another one of these classic cases, Will, where a team is trying to break out of a slump and get something positive going, and yet sometimes the best way is to be more patient. Here's Trevor, who is patient on a fastball that misses outside ball 1.
Yeah, there's a couple guys in this lineup being patient. I think that will benefit their overall approach to the plate. Cedon, Story being one of those as well.
I think definitely Campbell, too.
Yes.
1-0 to Trevor. The pitch is ripped foul down the third base line. That looked like Atlanta Trevor's Story. That thing was cranked, but it's out of play, 1-1.
Yeah, slider from Kikuchi right there. He missed with the first pitch fastball down and away. Tried to get a cutter in on the hands, and Story out in front of it.
Trevor hasn't seen Kikuchi all that much. 1 for 5 with a strikeout and a walk. No score. Bottom 2, Red Sox and the Angels. Abraham Toro leading at first, and a lob throw over. Now, as of right this moment, the reflection off the glass buildings in downtown is sort of yellowish. It will get more and more orange as the next few minutes pass. 1 ball, 1 strike to Story. The pitch is down on the corner. Called a strike. Trevor didn't think so. Maybe got it by a seam, and it's 1-2. You know, when Trevor is his best, this would be a great matchup for him.
Yeah, absolutely would.
And he's so frustrated with that call, he steps out and calls for time. I love right now that Carlos Narvaez is directly next to Alex Cora.
Yeah, just picking his brain, right, and talking about the game, talking about strategy, because a catcher needs to be right there with your manager.
1-2. Here's the pitch. And it swung on and missed late on a slider. And they're 2 away. You know, Narvaez is not going to be in that dugout much. He's going to be basically the everyday catcher. And I do think when the Red Sox try to parse through this pitch execution, pitch selection issue they're having, all the more in-game, watch the hitters, watch the pitchers conversation is a good thing.
Totally. Read the swings, let the scoreboard dictate things, and just watch the game.
Here's Cedon, who launched last night. He takes outside a fastball. He's the 7th batter, brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. What an awesome bomb that was last night. Give the Red Sox hope late. 1-0. Pitch is lined into left center field. That's a base hit. That's got a chance to get to the wall. Toro around second. He's going to head for third. They're going to give him the go. Abraham winds. Relay throw. In time, they tag him out. I think it was a good choice to test it, but a perfect relay, and Neto gets Toro at the plate to end the inning.
Just take a look and just see if he blocked the plate. I think that's what they're talking about right now, but they're not going to review it.
So Cedon delivers, but Gamble comes up a little short. The throw brought d'Arnaud in front of the plate. He did that beautifully. We go to the third inning, no score on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
There are two types of golfers, those that can hit solid golf shots wearing sunglasses and those that wish they could. Shaden Precision Eyewear is all about better vision and better golf. If you're lacking confidence to wear sunglasses while hitting golf shots, go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and learn why so many tour players and their caddies have switched to the Shaden brand. Use the code SPRING to get 20% off and a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to see the golf course like you've never seen it before.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Too fast, Trevor, too fast!
Here at the Zebra, research shows people would rather teach their kids to drive than search for auto and home insurance.
I know what I'm doing, Mom.
Or attend a corporate team building workshop.
Go team, feel that synergy.
Or be regaled by Uncle Frank's conspiracy theories.
They're listening to us right now.
That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving.
Shh, they're here.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Brian Bayo's been really good. He's on the mound at the top of the third. He'll see Joe Adele, who hit 2 homers last night. Then Chris Taylor and the leadoff man, Zach Neto. Pitch almost hit him. It might have. He wants him to look. I thought it might have clipped his jersey, Joe Adele. He drops the bat, and they are waiting for the Angels dugout to ask for it.
Well, if a hitter is that adamant on it, he got his jersey.
What a dumb rule that is. And not that you can easily tell whether it's jersey or body, but I hate it when it hits like the edge of the elbow guard or the flap of the jersey. But the rules are the rules. No more sour grapes here. Leadoff base runner. But I love the approach from Bayo there. Man aboard, here's Taylor. And he swings and fouls it back. Strike one. Herb Chambers' batting order in this inning, brought to you by Herb Chambers, Toyota of Auburn and Toyota of Boston. Love how many first pitch fastballs he's thrown. Here's a check swing and a slider. He did not go.
Yeah, and I love that he is aggressive inside to these righties because we haven't seen that from him.
No.
Establishing fastballs in, even if it's a ball, because then that opens up the outer half for you.
1-1. Pitch. Slider fouled down the right field side. Five of the first 9 Angel hitters saw first pitch strikes. That's a good ratio this year for Bayo. It's now 1-2 to Chris Taylor. The pitch. Slider again misses outside. 2-2. Taylor, longtime Dodger, $174. The other side of Los Angeles. Orange County, his home now, 2-2. Runner goes. The pitch is a ball. The throw to second, not in time. So Adele steals that bag really on Bayo.
Totally. Yeah, he was going to the full leg lift. There was no slide step. Bayo wasn't very quick to the plate at all that entire at bat. I was waiting see how long it would take for him to get a jump because you don't need a good one to steal it on that.
3-2 to Taylor. Cannot lose this guy. Pitch. Fouled off. He swung at a ball there, man. That's the power of a big, deep sinker there from Bayo.
Yeah, and look, his sinker is very good tonight. And when it's this good, you don't have to be perfect with it. You do need to stay out of the middle, but you can get swing off the plate in.
3-2. Big pitch coming. Here it is. A slider low. Man, close, but Bayo hits a man and walks one. 8-9. It is unbelievable, Will, what the Red Sox have done or failed to do against 8 hitters and 9 hitters, especially the starters. Against the 8th spot in the lineup, they've allowed the lowest or highest OPS in all of baseball and the 3rd worst against the 9th spot.
Yeah, and it was actually interesting that Joe Adell is in the 8th spot. He's got 9 homers. He's driven in 26, kind of spacing guys out.
So now the 8 and 9 guys are on with nobody out in the top of the 3rd inning. Romy in at first. Toro's sort of halfway at 3rd. Double play depth for the Sox. The pitch is a good slider. Bottom of the zone to Zach Neto. And it's 0-1.
Yeah, I feel like Guccione's kind of flipping a coin back there. It has not been good so far.
Especially on the bottom of the zone, don't you think?
That was way down.
0-1. Pitch. Slider up the middle into center field, a base hit. That's going to get a run home. Cedon gloves. He's going to throw way up the third base line and go to the backstop. It'll be an error on Rafaela. They had no chance to get him. An ill-advised throw that sailed up the line. And not only an RBI hit that makes it 1-0 LA, but now 2nd and 3rd, still no out.
Well, it was a bad throw, number one. Good throw would have been a close play, I think, because he did get rid of it quick. He rushed it, missed big-time arm side towards the third baseman. But Bayo was on the first base side backing that throw up, which made absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
He's got to get over there because those throws always miss arm side.
So behind home plate over by the Red Sox dugout, then the other. So now here's Nolan Schanuel. Man, yet another error for the Red Sox. 2 last night. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. They've made 10 errors in their last 9 games. 6 unearned runs in that stretch. 51 errors now, most in the big leagues. Tied with Colorado. 0-1. Here's the pitch. And it's swung on a miss. That's the best changeup he's thrown. And it's 0-2. And, you know, the combination in some ways of Rafael and Bayo is kind of a microcosm where just trying to do a little too much, walks hit batters rather than limit the damage.
Yeah, and look, you can go back all the way. I mean, the last 3 seasons, the Red Sox lead baseball in errors. They're ahead of I think it was the Marlins that were 2nd, and they were 20 behind.
0-2 to Schanuel. Bayo sets, he throws, and he misses down. And this is a really pivotal hitter here, because I think if you get Schanuel, you might be inclined to put Mike Trout on. I mean, I know you got the power sinker in Bayo, but who would you rather face, Mike Trout or Taylor Ward?
Yep, I'm with you.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2nd and 3rd, a run in for LA. The pitch is a soft ground ball that is going to shoot through into left field. 2 runs will score, and it's 3-0 LA. Soft ground ball with eyes. Toro was in. Story was backed up. It shot right between them. And a nightmare 3rd inning for Bayo and the Red Sox.
I mean, that was a perfect changeup just below the zone. Gets hit off the very end of the bat. And there's just no one playing on the left side with Story all the way up the middle. And Toro close to third base trying to keep the runner close. Just no one there. No man's land.
It's another one where you wonder whether any of those runs might have scored had the error not been made in center field. And here now is Trout. More frustration at Fenway. 3-0 LA. Again, got to try to stem the tide. There are still no outs. Visions of last night's 1st inning. That's a fastball yanked outside for ball 1. Again, this is sometimes a very complicated game, and others it is not. You hit the 8-hole guy, you walk the 9-hole hitter, and you just invite trouble. 1-0. Here's the pitch. That's a strike. And, you know, the thing, Will, is that, as you so perfectly said, Bayo is not a strikeout pitcher. He isn't. And so it's even more important that he limits base runners behind him, because he's going to have contact and there's going to be randomness involved, like right there. 1-1. Soft ground ball foul. Out of play, 1-2.
Yeah, and that's another reason once you see him get to 0-2, all of a sudden you look up and it's 3-2, because the swing and miss stuff just simply has not been there. Guys aren't biting on his stuff outside of the zone. And then he's looking up and he's finding himself in all these full counts.
And yet he still has got to hunker down right here. 1-2 is outside. I mean, that's just like so many sliders we saw last night. That is such an easy take for Trout.
Yeah, the miss is just too big. These pitches have to start over the plate. They have to make the hitter think it's a strike before it breaks.
2-2. Now Bayo's thrown 18 pitches in this inning, 45 overall. Still no outs. And unfortunately, it's just a broken record with this pitcher. He was great for 2 innings, and now traffic all over the place, and 3 runs in. 2-2. Pitch. Trout rips it into right field, but it will hang up for Refsnyder. In the end, kind of a looping line drive. Good pitch there by Bayo. Sinker got in on the hands, and at last one away.
Well, something else here in the third, you've noticed way less fastballs.
Yeah.
Right? The fastballs literally got him 3 ground ball outs in that second inning, and then he comes into this third inning because it's the top of the lineup, and he's throwing off speed again.
It's a conversation it feels like we have every single night. The pitch to Taylor Ward is a strike on the inside corner. Look, numbers are numbers. Second time through, third time through, change your sequences. For this guy, for whom it's so important to master that sinker, he had an awesome one in the first 2 innings. Hang with it. 0-1. And man alive is the runner over at first base. Shawnuel dancing around again, and a sinker misses inside to Ward.
At what point do we just use the eye test?
Yep.
At what point has that just disappeared completely from our game?
Well, and also, how about my strength on yours? As opposed to, I'm trying to do something I don't maybe always do to your weakness. 1-1. That is a sweeper that misses, and it's 2-1.
The best teams in this game aren't one way or the other. They use both. There's a solid mix of the good old school eye test, watching the game, and the analytics.
2-1 with 1 on and 1 out, 3 runs in. The pitch is strike. Borderline. He got a very lucky call there, I think. 2-2 sweeper. Subaru New England scoreboard. Going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 25 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Man, the Phillies having fun tonight in Toronto. They're hot again. 2-2. High fly in a right center field. Not hit well. Saint-On glides over to his left. He's there to make the play. And they're 2 down, 7-0 Philadelphia. That game at the Rogers Center only in the second inning. I'd be willing to wager something that Kyle Schwarber's been a factor there. I think the Phillies might have the best starting rotation in the game. Wheeler, Nola, Sanchez, Suarez. 2 down for Jorge Soler, 3-0 Angels. Throw to first. Shawnuel diving back in. Trey Turner hit his 6th home run in that game. Harper his 9th. Kepler, Stott, Castellanos. So it was not Kyle from Waltham. 1 on, 2 out, 3 runs in. The pitch. Slider fouled off. It is incredible. Second time through. I mean, he got Soler on 1 pitch. Sinker in on the hands to ground out to third. And it's just like default. Second time, I'm not going to do that again.
Yeah, and yes, that's worrisome, but also 17 swings, only 1 swing and miss.
Again.
And I'm fine with no swing and miss if he's going heavy fastball in on these guys.
Well, especially, and you can't walk people, too. Yeah, that's just a recipe for disaster. 0-1. The pitch. Low. Slide step. I think sometimes, too, Bayo, I mean, you saw the runner take off on that high leg kick. He can try to alter his sequences and timing, and it gets in his own head.
Yes, totally does.
22 starts of fewer than 5 innings, according to Alex Spear. Most in the big leagues. The pitch is popped up again into right center field. Rafaela and Refsnyder come on, and Saint-On is there to make the play, and the inning is over. However, walk, hit batter, unlucky ground ball. 3 runs in for LA. 3-0 they lead. Bottom 3 next in the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Rarely does a product come to the game of professional golf that is so quickly embraced by the pros. Shadin Precision Eyewear is that product. Go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and find out why Shadin sunglasses are trusted by tour players and their caddies. Shadin is so confident in their product, they're offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. Go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use the code SPRING to receive 20% off your order. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to experience golf's finest eyewear.
So you have a podcast, and you really want to make money with it. Then you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. Check this out. We'll host your podcast for free. You just do your show. We'll use the power of Odyssey's massive expert sales team to place ads in your show and make you money. Does it get any easier than that? Nope. You stay in control of your show, and we help you bring in the money. Sounds like a dream partnership. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and start earning more from your content today.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hi, this is Connor Wong. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI. Connor Wong is going to lead it off for the Red Sox as we go to the bottom of the third inning. 3-0 Angels. Wong, Campbell, and the leadoff man, Jarren Duran. Sweeping curve in there, right in the heart of the plate. Strike one to Wong, who comes in 145, and he does not have an extra base hit this year. 61 plate appearances.
No RBIs either.
A 1. He is outside. Rivalry Report, sponsored by River Spring Residences, setting a new standard in memory care in New York City. 833-79-RIVER. riverspringresidences.org/radio. 1-1. In the dirt. Now, the Yankees are hosting the Cleveland Guardians tonight. That is Tanner Bybee and Carlos Rodon. Schmidt and Fried the next couple of nights. That's a big break for the Red Sox. They will not see Max Fried in that weekend series. 2-1. Connor takes a ball. Up and in.
Yeah, I started counting that off about 8 days ago. I'm like, all right. Fried's on a heater. We're going to see him or not?
No doubt about it. 3-1. Wong takes a strike. Didn't have to be. I think Chris Guccioni's having one of the worst nights we've had from any home plate umpires so far this year.
There's been a few bad ones, but yeah, he is consistently calling the ball off the plate and below the zone.
It's now 3-2 to the leadoff hitter, Wong. Pitch. Chop foul on the third base side. Connor's been hurt. He hadn't played a lot the last couple of months. And really, since the All-Star break last season, the power has sort of vanished for him. He's made big defensive improvements in this season. Needs to get it going at the plate, the 3-2. Little looper into shallow right center field. That's going to do the trick. It's down for a hit. A little jam job, but it's a leadoff hit for Connor.
Yeah, that was that hard slider from Kikuchi at 88 miles an hour. Got in on the hands, but Connor got enough of that, junk it in for a knock.
You know, the Red Sox the last couple of weeks have talked about trying to prioritize scoring one run at a time, a little more small ball. And I'm not saying Campbell has any visions of bunting or anything like that, but hit and run maybe, something a little different. Wong leads at first. Kikuchi throws, and Christian takes a strike at the bottom of the zone. The numbers for this guy, the player of the month as a rookie in April, are staggering. He's 12 for his last 94. 0-1. Pitch is drilled high and foul down the right field line. I think probably the struggles are a reason to not make him try to do something he's really never been asked to do.
Yeah, and the performance of Toro's kind of taking that off the table as well.
0-2. Pitch inside. As always, a violent take from him. And you know what, Will? It's going to be that over and over and over again. He's got a closed stance. He crowds the plate, and he cannot do damage on that inside fastball these days. 1-2, throw to first. How does he make that adjustment?
Well, part of becoming a major league hitter is not only learning your strengths, but knowing what you're not good at.
Yeah.
Right? And you can work on it all you want, but once you get in the game, you have to realize the pitches you don't swing at.
1-2. Here it is. And it's a ground ball over the first baseman, down the corner. That's going to roll for a while. Wong took a weird route to second. He'll get over to third. Campbell into the bag with a head-first slide. A good hopping double for Campbell, and the Red Sox are in business in the third.
Well, he was beat. That fastball beat him. It was up and away. He was late on it and then fired it right into the ground, but it bounced over the first baseman. Connor Wong didn't know if he caught the ball at first base or not, and if the ball was coming his way, you have to pick up your third base coach in that. I don't think he scores anyways.
Yeah. But that is one you just sort of peek over your left shoulder, right?
Yeah, it's a weird one when it's hit behind you and you're at first because you really don't know where the ball is.
You really feel like you got to get both these runs in here.
Yes.
And especially since now here comes Duran. The pitch is a ball outside, a slider. And it's 1-0. Third inning is brought to you by Citgo. Whether you're crossing the state line or just going cross-town, Club Citgo saves you money on every fill-up along the way. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 1-0 to Duran. Here's the pitch. And Jaron skies it high and deep into left center field. Adele is back onto the warning track. He can't get it. It's off the wall. Everybody had to hold. Wong will score. Campbell over to third. And Duran's got his third double in the last two games. Good deke job by Joe Adele to save a run.
Yeah, that had Triston Campbell caught in the middle, round shortstop, not knowing, do I go, do I stay? Adele did a great job of looking like he was going to catch that. It actually didn't hit that high off the fence. If he wanted to make a play on it, he probably could have tried to. But either way, Jarren Duran, 3 doubles in 2 days after only 10 extra base hits in the whole month of May.
Here comes Barry N right there, pitching coach. You know, what you just said is a really interesting point. And by that, I mean, Adele, maybe in that spot, is thinking too much about the base runners. If he just keeps going back, he might make a catch.
Yeah, because it hit about, we'll say, 7 feet up on the wall.
Yeah.
But center fielders that don't play here aren't comfortable being aggressive on the wall because he knows if he misses that, it's a triple or more.
Let's take 10 seconds for station ID in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
3-1 Angels, but the Red Sox, the tying runs in scoring position for Rafi Devers.
So this is a spot where it's a great thing to have Rob Refsnyder hidden behind Rafi. One of the best against left-handed pitchers over the last 3 seasons.
Rafi singled on a missile to left his first time. Here he takes a strike on the outside corner. By the way, when Cedon just came home, having touched home plate and played the outfield, Alex Cora just took him under his wing to talk about that throw in center field. He is managing his rear end off right now with this young team. 0-1 to Rafi. Swing and a foul. If I've said it once, I've said it 5 million times. That foul ball right there means Devers is about to carry on and go crazy. I mean, he's already locked in. It's not like he needs signs that he's going to go, but that is when he's right.
That was Kikuchi's best fastball, and he just fouled it off.
0-2. And you say steps off. He's a little antsy, even in an 0-2 count to Devers. They will concede at least 1 run with the infield back here. 0-2 to Devers. The pitch is low. Changeup. I thought yesterday, Will, the walk that he took in the 5th inning was so indicative of his evolved approach.
It was. I mean, this just... He realizes how pitchers are attacking him now, right? He knows what he does well, and he knows how guys are trying to get him out.
1-2. Second and third, they lead. The pitch is fouled off. I mean, that is so good. That is a great slider. Devers beaten by it, and he just goes down and spoils it foul.
In the words of Jim Rice, you got to throw the head. He threw the head of the bat right there.
Just got a piece. Certainly did. That must be so discouraging, though, for Kikuchi. Threw his best slider.
Yeah, I could see him going to that real slow curveball.
1-2. The pitch is swung on and missed. He elevated a fastball. That is an excellent pitch by Kikuchi. Unproductive at bat for Raffi and a big first out.
Yeah, Kikuchi knew he needed to get swing and miss there. So it's either going to be something in the dirt or a fastball up above the zone where he can't get hurt because a ground ball, you give up a run.
Well, now we'll see whether Refsnyder can pick him up. You got to get at least one more here. They will concede it. The infield remains back for Refsnyder. Here's the pitch. Rob takes a ball. Slider low. We'll get you the New England Chevy dealers question of the day. Together we drive. We'll get you the question at Sox Booth on Twitter. 3-1 Angels. Red Sox tying runs in scoring position. 1-0 the pitch is a ball. Really good take on a sinker low. 2-0.
Yeah, and you got to think they are somewhat pitching around Refsnyder here with his success against left-handed pitching. With the base open, you want to set up that double play.
We do have Romy on deck. He's 3 for 7 against Kikuchi in his career. 2-0.
Pick your poison.
The pitch is a check swing. That's a ball. He did not go around. And it is 3-0. I'm giving Refsnyder the green light 100 times out of 100 right here.
Yeah, so many times, even if they are pitching around you, sometimes 3-0, they give you a strike just to mess with you, so they go to some off-speed 3-1.
See if you get a cookie right here. 3-0. The pitch is outside ball 4. Close, but a good take by Refsnyder and a 4-pitch walk. And here we go for Romy. Excellent patience there.
I just want to hear the homie.
I can promise you if something big happens here, you're going to get it. By the way, that's such a mature approach from Refsnyder. After Devers, the big boy strikes out, not trying to do too much.
Yeah, and the 2 off-speed pitches out of the zone, the first 2 pitches, that told him what they were trying to do.
Here's Romy, and he takes a strike. That didn't have to be a slider. I thought just a little bit off, called 1, and it's 0-1.
Well, ball 4 to Refsnyder was a strike, so.
Yeah. Flip a coin.
Yep.
3-1 Angels. Bases filled with Red Sox here in the 3rd. The pitch is pop foul on the first base side. 96-mile-an-hour heat. And it is 0-2. Romy singled in the 2nd last night, doubled in 2 runs in that 4-run 5th, and then lined out deep to right to end the game. 0-2. 58th pitch coming. Here it is. And Romy pops it right to you, Will. Oh, that missed you by 2 inches. On the metal beam. Trevor Story just tipped his cap and is pointing at you down in the dugout.
I wanted it so bad.
Now, it's a good thing that it didn't hit your hands and then the metal. That would not have been good. 0-2 to Romy. The pitch is down in the dirt. It hits Gonzalez and does not get past d'Arnaud. You were ready. I appreciate that.
I got a little adrenaline right now. I can hear my heart beating in my headset.
What a great try.
Oh, I thought that was the one. I got excited. Gosh. All right. And we're back.
Base is loaded. 1 out. 3-1 Angels. One and 2 to Romy. Kikuchi steps off again, man. He and d'Arnaud are not on the same page a couple times tonight. One and 2. Kikuchi throws. Romy swings and misses. He strikes out on a slider. Man, 2 down. And now it's up to Abraham Toro.
Well-executed slider right there. You just cannot let this opportunity go by.
No.
You just cannot. And it started with Devers. Not able to put a ball in play there when they were giving you a run.
That's the key point. The infield was back with nobody out. So now here's Toro. Pitch is a soft ground ball on the right side. It will not get the job done. Shawnuel has it. Takes it to the bag himself, and the inning is over. More futility with runners in scoring position. Red Sox get 1, but they leave the 3rd disappointed. 3-1 Angels in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox.
Looking for a career that offers a 6-figure income, world-class health benefits, and a fixed benefit pension? With just a high school equivalency certificate in fluent English, you can join us. We have excellent education incentives. I started with just a high school diploma, and now I can provide my family with a great life. The benefits are amazing and the job security is unbeatable. Become a correctional officer by applying today at doc.ri.gov/apply.
I'm CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett, and you're invited to The Takeout. No reservations required. Every weeknight, our podcast serves up a balanced menu of politics, policy, and pop culture. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. Serious discussion, but we don't take ourselves too seriously. Follow and listen to The Takeout with me, Major Garrett, on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Jeffrey Glassman Injury Attorneys have been Boston's go-to injury attorneys for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you've got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. That's 617-777-7777.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
More frustrations with runners in scoring position for the Red Sox. 3-1 Angels as we go to the top of the fourth inning. Travis d'Arnaud to lead it off again. Then Rengifo and Joe Adell in the Herb Chambers batting order. Brought to you by Herb Chambers Chevy of Danvers. Speaking of New England Chevy dealers, we got our poll question for you. Pitch to d'Arnaud, up and in with a fastball. See what Bayo mixes in here in the fourth. He has not thrown many changeups thus far. More sliders as a secondary offering. The 1-0. Fastball grounded foul. Outside of third. So that question is, who among the Red Sox outfield is more valuable to the Sox this season? Duran or Abreu?
Oh, Duran. Easy.
1-1. Pitch. Ripped down the left field line toward the corner, and a fair ball off the green. A hanging breaking ball, and d'Arnaud will hold it first. Good play out there in left by Duran.
I mean, yeah, he's done a good job this year. Really, it started last season. This year, getting to balls in the corners, cutting them off, and then playing balls off the wall and holding guys to singles. That was just a hanger from Bayo. Middle in, up in the zone. Last place you want to throw a breaking ball.
It's the first chance we've had to say that, you know, he's got a great sinker. You can't live only with that pitch, though, in the big leagues. And the changeup needs to come back. They got to figure that thing out. Here's a soft ground ball, foul and a sweeper. How many changeups was he thrown tonight? 1, 2?
4 or 5. Yeah.
Amazing.
At least 4.
But
yeah, 4.
Fastball got a jammed ground ball in, and then he came right back with a slider over the heart. 0-1 to Rengifo batting left. Toro in at third. The pitch. Double play ball to second. Campbell spins to second for one. Story's relay, not in time. Rengifo ran pretty well. Actually wasn't in the end. Hit all that hard. Campbell, a little extra swivel of the hips to get it out.
Yeah, it was over in that 4-hole, so it wasn't exactly tailor-made. He had to flip the hips, make a throw. He had a good feed. Trevor got rid of it in time, but Rengifo getting down the line well, just no chance to get him.
Well, and that underscores the great play by Duran in left, because otherwise that's a runner at third with 1 out.
Totally. Yep.
Question of the day at Sox booth. Together we drive. Here's Joe Adell. Strike on the inside corner. He was hit by a pitch in the third. The fact that we are at the 110th pitch in the fourth inning is a little alarming. Now, Kikuchi's not been efficient either. That's 60 from Bayo. 0-1. 3-1 Angels. The pitch. Check swing. That was a strike anyway at the bottom of the zone. Brought to you by 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. 110 Grill. Proud to be an official partner the WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. 0-2. Pitch. Slider fouled out of play on the right side. So now, just as some of those pinks turn to oranges, the first bars of the sit-go sign begin to illuminate at dusk.
This is that time of night too. Pop-ups just kind of disappear.
Yeah.
You know, it's really tough to see it when it gets above the lights.
0-2. Pitch way outside. What does that look like? Why do you lose it? Because it goes through the light and then into a sort of twilight, brighter sky?
Yeah, exactly. It's not dark yet, so you can't pick up the white ball. There's still a little bit of light up there, but it's not bright.
So the contrast isn't there. 3-1 Angels. 1 on, 1 out. 1-2. Low. Sinker. Yeah,
see,
2-2.
Here we go again. 0-2. Now you start chasing strikeouts instead of pounding that fastball back in, which he has shown in this at bat he didn't want anything to do with, because a ground ball to the left side would be great right here.
2-2. Runner leaning. Rengifo. He goes. Pitch is a slider way outside. No shot for Wong there. He got him though. Wow. I think they'll look at that, the Angels. That was a great jump, I thought, by Rengifo. Slider outside. What a pop time there for Connor Wong.
I'll tell you what, even just to make that a play, great play by Connor Wong.
Wow, they're not going to look. That was awesome from Connor Wong.
Perfect throw, perfect tag by Triston Campbell of letting the ball get to him, not going out to get it, letting it get to his glove and taking him right into the base runner.
Well, there you go. The improved defense from Wong. That was special pop time right there. Awesome. Here's a ground ball up the middle, through into center field. How big is that throw from Connor? Would have scored a run. Adele's got a hit, and with 2 outs, he's aboard. Wow.
Eight-hole hitter on again.
It's been a problem all year long. Two down for Chris Taylor. 3-1 Angels. Pitch. Fouled off his front foot.
Ow. Oh, that got him hard. Ooh. That ball went all the way out to Trevor Story at shortstop.
You know what's interesting, Will? It was more like a strong throw than it was a quick pop time, as Taylor is hobbled a little bit. 2.01 seconds for Wong, which is, you know, fine, but he used to be like in the high 1.8s, low 1.9. That's good. But I thought we were going to look at a number that was just spectacular. That hit him on the left inside of the chin.
That got his right back knee.
Really?
But that's what a good sinker. I've done that before.
Oy,
facing a guy. Yeah. Both of them. The back one took the brunt of it. Oof. That's going to leave a mark.
Ron Washington taps him on the chest and says, go get him.
Oh, I remember facing heavy sinker like the A.J. Burnett's and those guys. Oh. You would start your swing and go, oh no, hopefully I miss this, and you hit it and you just right off the kneecap, right off the ankle.
The ball's 1 strike to the 9-hole hitter Chris Taylor. Adele already stole a base in this game. He's got a big lead at first, held by Romy. The 0-1. That is low with a sinker. That's his 68th pitch thrown. Can he get through the 5th tonight?
He has gone back to more fastball usage here in this inning. I think he realized last inning, hey, I get up a lot of hard contact and got behind guys with my off speed.
1-1. Pitch. Slider on the outside corner. I guess the question I would ask is, Will, why does he need to go through that to understand? I mean, the sinker was fabulous for the first 2 innings.
Our game has evolved into a way where everyone's trying to trick you instead of just going after it.
The pitch. Chop foul on the third base side. 4th inning brought to you by Cars for Kids. Easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now. CarsForKids.com with a K.
Yeah, so the sinker usage heavy in the first 2 innings, not in the third, picking up again in the 4th. It's a 54% usage right now, which is very high for him.
1-2. It is his best pitch. Here's a slider that swung on and missed. He got him, and the inning is over. Nice job there by Bay with a little help from Connor Wong. And frankly, Jarren Duran, too, out in left field. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning, 3-1 Angels. Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Kubota Orange Days. From America's #1 selling compact tractor to zero-turn mowers and versatile RTVs, get your perfect match delivered to your door. Now through June 30th, get 0 down, 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,500 off BX23S tractors. See the details at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
Visit your local Kubota dealer today.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
In between looking for your 10 lines this summer, let's see if you've got some money coming to you at findmassmoney.gov. Enter your name at findmassmoney.gov. The money could come from a long-forgotten bank account, payroll, refund checks, insurance proceeds. Enter your name at findmassmoney.gov.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Trevor Story leads it off for the Red Sox. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Pitch is drilled into left field. It's way back, and a diving catch out there by Ward. That was perfect positioning there. You very rarely see a left fielder that far over in the gap, sort of toward that F.W. Webb sign, but Ward was there and Story robbed.
Well, we've seen Story early in this season when he was hot and going well, which did wear out that left center gap, and there's a reason that he was shaded over that way. Tremendous play, but very good sign. Hard hit right there by Trevor.
Here's Cedon. Doubled his last time, and he takes a strike curveball in there for the first one from Kikuchi. 3-1 LA. Taylor Ward just took a divot out in left center field. That's not very nice. The 0-1 is popped up foul. First base side. You probably do not take big divots with your irons, do you?
With my wedges, I do. I hit down on them pretty hard. Yeah, beaver tails. Oh, come on.
That's how you back them up.
I tend to be a little steep to it. You know, I try to not be, but I don't practice.
Which makes it even more annoying that you're so good. 0-2 to Cedon. Here's the pitch. Way outside. Tiger Woods, literally, when he was flushing the ball, took 0 divots.
Yeah, do you believe that?
I do. I mean, I watched him play for all those years. And
I've heard the conversation with like Scotty and those guys, but it's crazy to me.
Isn't that? 1-2. Cedon takes a ball outside, and it's 2-2. Alex Bregman was here before the game today. He had a bat in his hand, and he spoke with the Boston Globe and said that his recovery is moving at warp speed.
Come now.
Which I love.
Love that.
Way faster than he thought. 2-2 is a little looper into shallow center field. Great swing there by Cedon. He just pokes one into the outfield, and he's aboard with one away.
A good 2-strike approach, right? I mean, this ball, it's a backup slider off the plate by like 6-7 inches, and he just throws the bat at it. We've seen him do that so often with 2 strikes, which I love that he has multiple versions of his swing.
May 24th was when Bregman went down on the injured list. If you asked me the date, I would have said like April 15th. It just feels so long ago. Here's a check swing by Wong on a fastball up for ball 1.
What was it? May what?
May 24th.
Gosh, it's been a long 2 weeks.
He said, I'm not going to put a timetable on it, but recovering faster than I thought. Beautiful.
Really? Like 10 days? That's it.
1-0 is inside with a fastball, and it's 2-0. Yeah, May the 24th. 2 balls, no strikes to Connor Wong. 3-1 Angels. The pitch is a ball. Now Kikuchi, we told you, he walked 35 coming in here today. And the Red Sox have had a patient approach. Refsnyder and Toro have walked. Wong singled his first time. Cedon at first. 3 balls, no strikes. Pitch is a strike. Really didn't have to be, but maybe caught the outside corner. And a really good thought process there. If you're Wong scuffling the way he is, got to take 3-0.
Yeah, put your bat on the ground and just wait.
Now we'll see. 3-1. Trying to find something to drive. They throw to first. And Cedon literally just skips back to the bag. Almost no lead over there.
I love how outfielders have their sheet. It's like a laminated piece of paper for their alignment in their back pocket. And it always looks like they have an iPhone in their back pocket.
Here's a 3-1. Wong drills it foul. Are you kidding me? Slider, and he... Where did that go? I mean, is that on Jersey Street?
Towards Harvard?
Seriously. Holy smokes. Wow. 3-2. I don't think Campbell will be going anywhere in this spot. 3-1 Angels. Rather, Cedon over at first. Campbell's on deck. Here's a swing and a foul. That was a good slider from Kikuchi.
Yeah, the slider down and in's been his best pitch. You see him set it up with the fastballs up and away. But the odd thing with his slider, he'll throw a good one down and in, but he's thrown, I feel like, half of them that have just spun and stayed arm side.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Pitch. Connor pops it foul. Subaru New England scoreboard. Yankees and Guardians still scoreless. I take that back. Right now on the manual scoreboard here, 1-0 Yankees. Subaru Summer. Find your 25 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Bases loaded still for the Yanks there. Here's Wong. Takes ball 4. Wow. Kikuchi is making it easy on the Red Sox right now. I mean, we have been in this spot on the other end of it, Will. That drives you absolutely crazy if you're Ron Washington.
It's 3 walks today. He's had 13 in his last 3 starts coming into today. He has been in the zone a lot more today than he has been, though.
Yeah, the Yankees scored their first run on an error, and now with the bases loaded and 2 down, here comes Ben Rice for them. Look out. But here at Fenway, all eyes on Christian Campbell. Hit a little 2-hopper over the first baseman's head for a double in the third. 2 on, 1 out. Here's the pitch. Campbell takes. Slider right there. Now, you've been talking about the pitches he shouldn't swing at. That's one he should.
Yeah, and that's just, I think that's a young hitter saying, I'm going to take a pitch because he's not throwing strikes right now.
0-1. Kikuchi sets. 2 on, 1 out. Pitch is popped up into left field. He got another curveball in the middle of the plate, but Campbell just doesn't hammer it. And Adele cuts in front of the left fielder Ward for out number 2. That 4th inning bell brought to you by Boston's premier retirement planning specialist and the team at Hackman Wealth Partners, 4 offices around Boston. We've been here so many times. I mean, the Red Sox had the bases loaded. They had 2nd and 3rd with no outs, bases loaded with 1 out, and did not score in the 3rd inning any further after the Duran double. And now here we go again. 1st and 2nd, 2 outs for Duran. And Kikuchi is not good right now. Making a ton of mistakes, missing both in and out of the zone.
I feel like you can pretty much sit on his slider. That's been the best ones to hit.
Pitch is a fastball low. He doesn't have that right now, and it's 1-0 to Duran.
Fastball's all over the place. He keeps going to the safety valve, which is his slider, and he can throw some cement mixers in there with the best of them.
You know, Jaron has not pulled many balls in the air, but maybe he gets one here to launch. 1-0. And Kikuchi spins, but nothing going on at the second base bag.
It's been a while since one of those 3-run homers
Yeah. What did the Red Sox have? 13 of them in the first couple weeks of the season. Time for one right here. 1-0 to Duran. Here's the pitch. And Duran swings and misses. Fastball. Good location there from Kikuchi in on his hands. And it's 1-1. The next one is fouled off on the third base side. He's gone 3 fastballs in a row. How about 97 from Kikuchi, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, he goes from all over the place with his fastball to dotting those last 2 on the inner corner to Duran.
1-2, 2 on, 2 out. With 1 out, Rafaela singled, and Wong walked. Campbell flied out, and now with 2 down, the 1-2 pitch coming home to Duran. Here it is. Jaron swings and misses. He's gone. Inning over, and the Red Sox just once again in the muck with runners in scoring position. 1 for 7 tonight. We go to the 5th inning. 3-1 Angels. Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox.
Now is the time to visit the Lion King on Broadway for unforgettable music, iconic characters, and awe-inspiring artistry. Get great seats to the world's #1 musical. Experience for yourself why the New York Times raves there is simply nothing else like it. Visit LionKing.com and get tickets today.
Too fast, Trevor, too fast!
Here at the Zebra, research shows people would rather teach their kids to drive than search for auto and home insurance.
I know what I'm doing, Mom.
Or attend a corporate team building workshop.
Go team, feel that synergy.
Or be regaled by Uncle Frank's conspiracy theories.
They're listening to us right now.
That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving.
Shh, they're here.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Brian Bayo is back to the mound for the top of the 5th inning. He's thrown 71 pitches. He's got a good chance to get through this inning. But the Angels lead 3-1. The Red Sox just continue to fight it. They've left 6 men on base. Chances deluxe the last couple of innings. Here's Zach Neto, the leadoff hitter for LA. Bayo sets, he throws, and a fastball misses inside. I really cannot process what has happened to Bayo's changeup. I mean, it got hit hard, he threw it for balls, and now he's just not throwing it.
Well, he was throwing it too hard. I think that's why he ran into hard contact with it.
1-0. Sinker on the inside corner, 1-1.
And when you throw that pitch harder, you lose some of the movement. So it flattens out, it's closer, it blends in with the fastball, and then you run into a lot of hard contact.
I mean, on the one hand, it's been encouraging how much he's leaned on the sinker, other than in that 3-run third. 1-1 the pitch. Check swing, he had to go around. He called a strike anyway, top of the zone, 1-2.
Yeah, but if you're a starter in this league, you need 3 pitches.
Yeah.
And I'm not counting 2-seam and 4-seam as 2. For him, it's his sinker. The 4-seamer is going to be there every once in a while. I get that. He's thrown 6 of them. But look, you need the changeup. You just do.
It's so hard to figure. It was his best pitch. He could throw it any time he wanted to. 1-2 to Zach Neto. Pitch. Chop to third. Toro's got the second hop. Neto runs well. Throw to first high, and he's going to be safe. That'll be an error on Toro.
So this is very similar to the ball he booted yesterday. The ball comes off, first high bounce. He takes 2 steps in and then goes back. He gloves this one, but by the time he catches it, he's flat-footed, and there's nothing behind the throw. When you're all arm, it ends up high and wide, just like that one.
They're going to call that a hit, which is no good.
That's absurd. I would have
an
been a Gold Glover if I played. I mean, goodness gracious.
It is. I mean, look, it's called the hot corner because balls do get on you quickly.
Yeah, it was going to be a close play, but that's an out. And this is the big leagues.
Nolan Shonowell, the left-handed hitter, takes a fastball for a strike. And, Will, it is the really tough part about that position is that you got to know right away, right? You read the bounce off the bat, and you just got to come in quickly there, right?
Yeah, he didn't do terribly on catching it. He just didn't work through the baseball at all to help his throw.
0-1 to Shonowell. Low. There's a changeup, and not close, and 90 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. And that's another one, don't you think? Of all the pitches, isn't the changeup a true feel pitch? So you throw your 5th one in the 77th pitch of the outing.
And it needs to be more 86, 87.
Yeah. That's where it was when he was at his best. 1-1, runner leaning. Pitch is a double play ball to second. Campbell boots it. 2 errors in a row for the Red Sox here in the top of the 5th inning. And Triston Campbell is getting exposed defensively in the big leagues.
He is. He caught a bad break on this one right here. High hopper. The ball hits the cut of the grass, and instead of bouncing, it just stays low on the ground. But as an infielder, you have to have your center of gravity much lower working through that baseball to be able to combat a ball staying down like that.
Well, and we get it. He's taller than most second basemen. But now that's 53 errors for the Red Sox, most in the big leagues. I love what Trevor Story's doing right now. He's got his arm around and trying to talk the kid through it. He did the same thing when Christian did not turn that double play the other night. And now you got the worst of all worlds, where Bayo has got to face Mike Trout with 2 on and none out after 2 errors.
How long have we been saying you can't give extra outs to anybody in this league? You've seen it against the Angels. You've seen it against even the White Sox. You give them extra outs and more opportunities. Big leaguers make you pay.
Connor Wong's going to step out in front of the plate. I hate to say this because he had an unbelievable first month. You got to think that conversations have to be had about whether it's time for a reset for the Red Sox second baseman. It's just on both ends, it's a struggle. And Bayo now tasked with keeping this game right here. And that's not easy because here's Mike Trout, the pitch. Slider on the corner for a strike. Three, 1 Angels, but 2 on, none out. Here's the pitch. And a sinker low, 96. And it is 1-1. Not much else to say. I mean, the Red Sox for 2 years running have been the worst defensive team in baseball. They got guys playing spots they're not familiar with. And it is showing.
I think something else that plays into this, and this is now a 3rd season of this, is you have a defense full of young players, inexperienced players. You do move them around to different positions.
1-1. Pitch. Trout takes a ball down and in. And look, this guy's a Hall of Famer. He's a 3-time MVP. He's been in the dugout for all of this game, and he knows right now there is no chance almost that Bayo is going to throw him a changeup here. 2-1. Pitch. What do you know? It's up the middle and a sinker. Backhanded by Campbell is only played to first, and it is there in time. That's nicely done there by Campbell. A ground ball up the middle, and they get a big first out.
Yeah, very good job by Bayo sticking with the fastball in there to Trout. You felt like after that first pitch slider, Trout was starting to look for something soft. That slider over the plate that he's gone to a lot. Executed a pitch right there for a big out.
That must feel like a weight off for Campbell to make that play, especially given the exchange out of the glove, a little squirrely. So now they'll bring the infield in for Taylor Ward, and he's almost hit by a pitch. I sort of love that purpose, though, from Bayo. Up and in, 1-0.
Yeah, you need to make him a little uncomfortable. He's swinging a good bat, and you have the infield in here.
Red Sox gamble with second and third the pitch. Slider, good one on the outside corner, 1-1.
I would go right back in there. Throw that change up, or excuse me, that two-seam in on those hands. Try to find some weak contact.
His 85th pitch is coming up. Here it is. Slider. Outside. And it's 2-1. He's thrown now 85 pitches, 5 changeups, now 28 sweepers. 3-1 Angels. Second and third. Infield in with 1 out to pitch. Slider in there. It's a good thing Ward was not looking for that pitch because that was right there. Called a strike, and it's 2-2.
Well, this would be a great spot if you had your changeup right. Couple sliders. Now he's thinking fastball in. Changeup plays right off of it. I just don't know if he trusts that pitch.
2-2. Here it is. And a slider swung on and missed. He got him. Bottom of the zone. That's a big pitch for Bayo.
Definitely. And look, these guys at this point have to be looking for the sweeper. So in order for him to execute that pitch right there, it was a big one.
Oof. Taylor Ward might like another look at that one. Here comes Jorge Soler. And the infield gets to back up with 2 outs. Got to get through it here. Push through the tape. The pitch is sawed off, fouled on the first base side. So now 88 pitches. The sinker was great there. And it is 0-1. Bullpen quiet for the Red Sox. The pitch. Another good one, but very close. Called a ball. Purposeful sinker, and it's 1-1. Soler's 0 for 2. The 1-1 pitch. Chopped toward the third baseman, hit very softly. Toro will try to let it roll foul, and it does!
Wow,
by
what a play.
millimeter.
Oh, my
They
goodness.
had no chance there. Adele was going to have an infield RBI hit. If it hits the bag, it might score 2 runs. And I don't know, the grace of God blew that thing just foul. And it actually hit a clump of dirt like 5 feet before the bag.
That
Wow.
was, even if that had hit the bag, that was 100% the right play by Toro to let that go. You're not throwing him out at first. If you rush it to score.
Baseball's ridiculous.
Oh, it makes no sense.
Really, I mean, that's like a cleat mark of somebody rounding third. It hit it and went left. Is it possible the Red Sox just got a good break?
We'll see.
No kidding.
TBD.
Got to pay it off. 1-2. Bayo sets. He throws, and he misses way outside. What a pick that is from Connor Wong. That's a sweeper in the left-handed batter's box, and Connor just beautifully snared it.
I mean, and Connor really had no chance on that hard sweeper to get his body over in front of it. He just has to throw the leather over there, and it was a prayer. It went right into his glove.
Looks like a former infielder right there. 2-2. And now Connor's going to go to the mound. And you have to wonder whether right now he's saying sinker, 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 and Bayo's trying to shake to the slider. Goes to the mound.
He's like, I want to let you know you do have a changeup. Just in case. No, I definitely don't throw the changeup, but got to execute here. And this is planning 2 pitches ahead, right? You got to execute here, but it also needs to set you up for 3-2 if you get to it.
2-2. Pitch is strike 3 called. Sinker on the inside corner. Muchísimas gracias, Connor Wong. Good visit, good pitch, and the inning is over. 3-1 Angels do lead, but Bayo pitches around the 2 errors in the 5th. He made it through the 5th inning. Red Sox try to get him off the hook here on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This Pride Month, Risk has stories of LGBTQ folks from all walks of life. Go get the Risk podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
To the bottom of the fifth we go. A high wire act for Brian Bayo, but he got through it. And I think he's going to have the sixth, too. The Red Sox bullpen is quiet. Here's Devers to lead it off. 3-1 Angels. Kikuchi has struggled again, but gotten away with it. The pitch to Rafi, his ball. Slider that misses outside for ball one. Devers ripped a single to left field his first time. And struck out swinging in a really big spot in the third. That was second and third, no out. 1-0. That pitch is high in the air into left field. It is at the track. It is at the wall, and it's caught there by Ward just in front of the Mason sign. With Devers, you can never give up. I mean, it always backspins to infinity, but that one did hold up, one away.
Yeah, it was so unlike him there in the bottom of the third when he just had to put a ball in play, right? And you're scoring a run, and he chased out of the zone, which we've seen him do less this year than he's done in his career. But Kikuchi made a pitch.
Here now, Rob Refsnyder with one down. The pitch is on the ground up the middle into center field. He just keeps on doing it, Refsnyder. He's an absolute machine. League leaders in Who's Circling the Drain, presented by Drains by James. Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining. At drainsbyjames.com, they give a poop about your pipes. Well, Devers is amongst the leaders in just about everything. 53 runs batted in. That's most in the AL. 48 walks, tops the league as well. Here's Romy as the tying run. The pitch is a little bit outside. Curveball. He's probably upset with himself too, Romy, who struck out with the bases loaded and one out in the third. Sort of a midnight blues sky over Fenway Park right now. 1-0. Romy pops it foul. The first base side now to play. Sox have out-hit the Angels 7-6, but just have not gotten the big hit as of yet. It's still only the bottom of the fifth inning. 1-1 to Romy. Here's the pitch. Gonzalez takes a high fastball. And it is 2-1.
You don't think as Romy having a ton of pop, but you watch his batting practice, and he's launching. There's a lot of pop in there.
Well, look at his thighs. He's put together. 2-1. The pitch is outside. That's kind of been a coin flip today. It's called a ball now from Guccione. It's 3-1.
Well, how about a mistake right here on the Lansdowne? I like that.
I'm into that. 3-1 to Romy. Kikuchi at the belt. He throws. Romy swings and fouls it off on the third base side. Now that is a good changeup right there. You know, in baseball these days, Will, everybody says there's no such thing as a fastball count. That pitch right there proves it.
Well, he'd only thrown a handful of them. He doesn't throw his changeup often. That was just his 6th one tonight.
Ref Snyder leading at first, 3-2. And the pitch is skied into right center field toward the triangle. Adele is on the run and just in front of the garage door. He's there to make the play. Loud contact in this inning for the Red Sox. Romy gave that one a real drive, but 2 away.
Well, if you hit a ball hard, that's the part of the field you want to stay away from. It gets deep back there in that 420 corner. That one jumped off his bat, but just didn't have enough speed.
You know, that's one of the reasons our good friend at Red Sox Stats talked about the Cedon numbers and swing here at Fenway Park, where if he played in a lot of other yards, he'd have 9 home runs this year. But a lot of those liners to right center field just die here. Here's Toro, who drives one high in the air on the left side of the infield, and that'll be played easily by Neto. And a promising start to the inning fizzles for the Red Sox. We go to the 6th. 3-1 Angels. Bayo's going to take the mound after this in the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
What We Spend is a new podcast that explores something we almost never talk about. Every week, you'll hear a different guest share everything they spend their money on. What We Spend is available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hey there, baseball fans. Will Fleming here. It's time to step up to the plate and upgrade your deck with TimberTech. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand. It looks just like real wood, but without the never-ending maintenance of a wood deck. It won't rot or splinter, and it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so you'll be sure your deck looks great season after season. See for yourself why TimberTech is everything wood should be. Order free samples at timbertech.com.
The Christian Arcan Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Brian Bayo is on for the top of the 6th inning. Red Sox trailing the Angels 3-1. Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks on a glorious night. I mean, it's been a spectacular weekend here at Fenway Park. And actually, Monday, Tuesday are not really weekend days, but here's a lining looping drive into left field. It bounces in front of Jaron Duran for a leadoff hit. Jam job by Travis d'Arnaud. And the leadoff man is aboard for the Angels.
Well, there definitely is some action down in the bullpen with Bayo's pitch count getting up. That's at 93 now.
That looks like Zach Kelly, who was just up from AAA today. The bullpen report brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. Never re-roof again. Here's Luis Rengifo batting from the left side. Toro in at third and a strike on the outside corner. I don't really know what to make of this outing for Bayo because
I was just thinking about that.
Really good 2 innings. He's not had the changeup at all. He's made some big pitches in big spots. 0-1. Here's a swing and a miss. What do you know? The best changeup he's thrown in a while. It was still 89, but that got a big swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, but got some good movement on that. That one just dove below the zone, but the fastball's been better. The two-seam has been much more effective. Had he trusted his changeup more, I think he would have been even more effective with the success of the fastball.
0-2. The pitch is just low. Sinker. He's had that one today.
It's been consistently 96, 97, even here as his pitch count starts to get closer to 100.
Rengifo 0 for 2 tonight. It's sort of that modified double play depth over to pull for these Angels. Here's a foul on the third base side. Good sinker again. I mean, Bayo in his opening start, went 5 innings, then 6 innings and 6 2/3. His season high pitches 102. Looks like he's going to blow by that here tonight. And they need him to. Here's a swing and a miss at a great fastball, and Rengifo is gone. So the leadoff man, Darno, stuck on first, and here comes Joe Adele.
I never thought I would see an outing from Brayan Bello that he has more four-seam fastballs than changeups. Ever.
Right. And he does tonight. What is it, 7-5?
7-6 now.
So here's Joe Adele. Pitch, swing and a miss, sinker. I mean, this is what makes this guy a freak. It's his superpower. He needs to lean on the two-seamer more.
Well, it's much heavier tonight. I mean, he's well over 50% usage with it tonight.
0-1. He throws. Slider. It's kind of been a hit and miss pitch for him tonight, Bello. That one missed badly, and it's 1-1. 3-1 Angels, top of the 6th. For 2 nights running, it's been spectacular here at Fenway. These fans ready to explode, but not much to cheer for so far. 1-1. High pop foul down the right field line toward the pole. In comes Refsnyder. Look out. Foot first slide. It hits off the retaining wall there. That almost got dirty there for Refsnyder. Good thing he pulled up. It's out of play.
Yeah, it always gets sketchy. Right there in that corner with the short fence. You have the ball attendant down there, and you have the tarp, all while you're sprinting at it, staring into the sky, right?
I think it's such a veteran play there. The minute in that corner, your feet hit that dirt, just slide.
Slide. Save yourself. Save those knees.
Well, the Red Sox desperately need Rob to stay healthy. Romy holding the runner at first. 1-2 with 1 down. The pitch is a looper to shallow right field. Back on it goes Campbell. He's easily there. He catches it with 2 hands. Why not? And they're 2 away.
3 if you got him.
You know, he made the error tonight at second. Everything is new over there for him.
Right. Well, what I did like is he did boot a ball. There was a mound visit. T. Story loved on him a little bit and said, hey, you're good. That was a weird hop. Next ball, Trout up the middle, makes a nice play.
Yep. And it is leadership from Story, big time. Here's Chris Taylor, got to get him. Bello's 103rd pitch, skied into right center field. Rafaela's got room on the track. He's there in front of the bullpen to make the play. That thing just kept on carrying off the bat, but no harm, no foul. That is impressive for Bello. I mean, he walks off the mound, 6 innings in the books.
He will take that.
No doubt about it, and he just threw 104 pitches. So the Red Sox coming to the bat after this. It'll be Rafaela Wong and Campbell. 3-1 Angels on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Thank you.
Big savings are sizzling at Shaw's and Star Market. Hey, it's Lou. Today through Thursday, get value-packed T-bone or New York strip steak or lamb loin chops bone-in for just $7.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon you're limited to 2. Yes, that's tender USDA choice beef T-bone, New York strip steak, and lamb loin chops on sale. When you shop with the Shaw's app, you get amazing deals. You earn points on every purchase. If you're short on time, order free curbside pickup or get delivery. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Trevor Story to lead it off against Yusei Kikuchi, who has thrown 81 pitches through 5 and out there for the bottom of the 6th. As of now, nobody thrown in the Angels bullpen. Ron Washington is pretty old school that way. He rides guys. Here's Trevor. Beg your pardon. His pitch misses outside for ball one. I love Ron Washington. I do. I mean, he's made some really scrutinized decisions as the manager of these Angels. But he's hilarious to talk to. The 1-0 is fouled off on the first base side.
Like the no cell phones in the clubhouse?
Yeah.
I love that.
I do too.
I love it.
And you would have to think, you're friends with Mike Trout. You had to get buy-in from Trout before you did that, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. And I guarantee Trout said, yeah, dude, I have to sell a flip phone.
1-1. Story takes a ball. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, I can't confirm he has an iPhone.
Yeah. Well, he texted you on it today. You traitor.
Traitor?
2-1.
I'm trying to figure out what he's looking for so I can tell Bayo.
Yeah, 95-mile-an-hour fastballs, center cut are pretty good to hit. 2-1 to Story. He'd love one of those right here. The pitch is outside. Slider. So Kikuchi sort of tempting fate again. And I love the body language from Bayo in the dugout. He's standing right next to Garrett Crochet, and Crochet saying, hey, guess what? Fastballs are good. 3-1 to Story. The pitch is a strike. I love what he just did right there. I mean, he's sitting dead red. He gets a changeup. He takes it, and now it's 3-2.
It's a good sign. It's coming after another good at bat. He smoked that ball to left and got robbed by Ward out there.
That's something that Alex Cora has talked about with Crochet from the beginning of spring training. He is in the video room with everybody talking process. People think of him as just this physical freak, but there's a lot more to it. 3-2 to Story. The pitch is outside. That is a great plate appearance. So Story is aboard the leadoff man. It is a real pleasure to have Leo Mornov and Peter Iba with us here in the booth. Leo wants to be a sports broadcaster. He's going to go to San Diego State next year, and he was dumb enough to ask me for some ideas about how to get going in this business.
Well, he hasn't asked me, so he's doing all right.
Good idea.
Go have a wildly mediocre career in baseball, and then you can come do this.
Here's Cedon. The pitch is down and in and almost hit him. His right foot sort of backs out of the way on a curveball, but Leo's got a good head on his shoulders. We can tell that they sat up in the monster seats last night, and I bet you they think this view is just about as good.
They're not under fire as much as they were in the first inning yesterday, but
that's a good point. I was looking for him as those 3 homers went that way. You have any feelings about Cedon? I sort of do right here.
I like feelings.
He's doubled and singled. He's the tying run. The pitch is low. I mean, another really good take. Fastball 2-0. I wonder if he has it in him here to do anything other than take the biggest swing he's ever ripped in his life. Kikuchi's so savvy, he may not just give him anything good to hit here. 2-0. The pitch is a check swing. He does hold up. That's really encouraging on a slider, and it's 3-0.
How many times have you just seen the old auto swing in a hitter's count? Because he can take a chance, and he's fine swinging and missing because he lives to see another pitch, but that was a great take.
Well, I'm good if he wants to launch right here. 3-0. The pitch is driven high and deep into left field. Goodbye! Green light special. 2-run bomb for Cedon, and we are tied at 3.
You had a feeling. He proved you right. Heads up on Lansdowne. That ball was hammered. Here we go. Big spot. Tie this thing up. Swing it, Cedon.
Well, you just love everything about that at-bat as he gets the Wally mask on. He was patient. He took close pitches, and then you know what? Don't be afraid, 3-0. Let it fly. He does. He is red hot all of a sudden. Here's Connor Wong. The pitch is fouled back. You know, I know he'd only thrown 81 pitches, Will, and so it's not some bold move for Ron Washington to put Kikuchi back out there, but he'd been shaky last couple innings.
Oh, Cedon, to your point, on fire. That's a 7-game hit streak coming into tonight during the 6-game hit streak, hitting over 400.
0-1 swing and a foul back by Connor, who's trying to go back-to-back.
I love that you just said, I got a feeling here, just in the pit of my stomach. 3rd time through the lineup, he's seen him. He's seen all of his stuff. And when I tell you that ball was massacred, oh my goodness, that's in the parking lot, probably on the other side of Lansdowne.
0-2 to Wong, who's had a good night. Pitch is way high with a fastball. That'll get the bullpen stirring. They got the lefty up, obviously, for Duran and Devers. We keep saying it. Rafaela can be a star if he pulls the ball in the air.
And he sees pitches.
Yes. Well, I think the two go hand in hand. 1-2 the pitch. Wong takes a ball. In other words, he can put himself in hitters' counts and find stuff to drive.
Yeah, look, he pulls the ball in the air really well. But he's got to hunt pitches that he can do that on. Not just try to do it on everything.
2-2. Wong fouls it off on the first base side. He's looked good at the plate tonight, Will.
He has. Much more balance, much more on time. I mean, everything in baseball has to do with timing. And look, Connor Wong has not played a lot of baseball lately. Narvaez has taken over since he broke that pinky. There just hasn't been a clear path for him.
2-2 is fouled off. How about this from the Red Sox PR department and J.P. Nolan? That is Cedon's first career home run in a 3-0 count.
Wow. Don't look now. He's a triple away from the cycle.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, babe.
3-3. Fenway is alive. And how about Alex Bregman? Shoulder to shoulder. What a cool shot that is. Cedon between Bregman and Story and puts his hands on Bregman's head as a pitch misses low. 3-2. It's amazing, even when injured, what one guy can do to a room.
Totally. And look, I want him on every road trip, but I know it's not. You just can't have it. He's got to stay here and get his rehab in. And warp speed, is that how he said it?
Indeed. 3-2 is outside, ball 4. Beautiful from Wong. And I think no matter what, for Kikuchi, this will be his last hitter. Walk, homer, walk. And forget that. Ron Washington has seen enough. Now, it'll be the lefty to face Triston Campbell with the go-ahead run at first. We take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You say Kikuchi, I say bye-bye. He's gone. The Red Sox will see the left-hander Burke for Triston Campbell. By the way, the Red Sox code word of the game is batting cage. Make sure to enter your code word in the member portal today to claim your points.
That's 2 words, Will. We'll let you know.
They're all smashed in together. You're right. We should just start calling it the code phrase. The code amalgamation of letters. It's 3-3. Bottom of the 6th inning. Red Sox have tied it and looking for more against the lefty Burke. Pitching change and slow down in the action brought to you by Izervay. We're hoping to not slow down when we come back to Fenway Park after this on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, you could sign up for Ford Pass. It's the app that puts your Ford ownership experience right in the palm of your hand. With the Ford Pass app, you can access complimentary remote features like start-stop, lock-unlock, schedule a start, locate your vehicle, or get your vehicle's status on the Ford Pass app when your vehicle is equipped with Ford Pass Connect. Get started by downloading the Ford Pass app on the App Store or Google Play.
With McValue at McDonald's, you don't just get deals on the drinks, you get deals on McDonald's drinks. So when you're breaking a sweat, embrace the chill without breaking the bank. And when your crew is running on empty, keep your wallet full while refreshing the squad.
Don't just pass the vibe check. Ace it with drinks like Coke Zero, Dr. Pepper, or any size soft drink for $1.39. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
3-3. Red Sox have tied the Angels. Here comes Triston Campbell against the lefty Burke. Duran and then Devers to follow. To be exact, Brock Burke. I don't know whether he's from Texas, but that is a Texan name if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, get him a belt buckle.
Here he is. Campbell pops it foul. I love that he was aggressive right there. Slider spoiled back, and it's 0-1. Campbell is doubled and flied to center. Wong at first. He runs very well. The pitch inside. Change up. And it's 1-1.
Yeah, so looking at Burke's stuff, he's got a good fastball. He's going to average about 96 on the four-seamer. He's got a slider and a changeup as well.
Born in Chicago, Illinois.
We were close.
More deep dish than brisket. 1-1. Tie game and Fenway's alive. We just want to drink this up all summer, and they just have not had the chance to do it so far. 1-1 to Campbell. He could really bring this place alive. Here's the pitch, and it is outside. That's really encouraging, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, and look, all season, I know we talk about the lack of scoring consistently by this offense. 4 is the magic number. They're 22-11 when they score 4 runs or more.
Well, then, uno mas.
I need a couple more than that tonight.
2-1, the pitch. Inside almost hit him. So now it's 3-1. Well, this is where things get so interesting. You got Campbell at the plate, and then Duran and Devers, the Red Sox 2 most lethal hitters, followed by Refsnyder and Romy. There's a lot on Burke right here. 3-1 is a chopper toward third. That might be 2 to second for 1. Over to first, double play. And that's a 3-1 pitch that's 94. And Campbell's struggles continue. That's a bailout of Burke. And they're 2 away.
It was. I mean, that was inner third, middle in, and elevated. That's a good pitch to hit if you're looking in there. But 3-1, you just can't be late on that pitch.
He did it last night in the 8th inning after the Cedon homer. And whether here or at a level below, he has got to find a way to not do that. That changes the whole inning. Here's Duran, who takes a strike on the inside corner. I mean, the idea there, Will, is 3-1. Okay, you might walk, but even still, you got a chance to do major damage there, like he did in the month of April. That a weak ground ball just kills you. Weissert is up for the Red Sox. 2 down. Duran takes a strike. Bottom of the zone. It's very quickly 0-2. Jared will, I think, wisely call for time. Red Sox baseball brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. 0-2 to JD. He takes a high fastball outside. 97. This guy's got a good arm.
He does. Live arm. Ball jumps out of his hand. 6'4", 220 of him.
Got the wave going at Fenway. I don't love that when the Red Sox are hitting as Duran takes a pitch down. I'm such a curmudgeon, but if you were a hitter, could you notice it?
No.
You just locked on the pitcher.
I didn't notice it. I was fighting for my life, though.
You'd love to get Devers up. 2-2. He's on deck. 2 down, tie game in the 6th. The pitch. High fly into left field. Back toward the wall, and it's going to catch some green. Duran is around first. He's into second base with a hit. And the Red Sox in business. Go-ahead run is aboard with 2 down in the 6th.
Well, come home. Find that left side of the field. Wear out that monster. That's 4 doubles that direction in 2 games.
See green. And now here's where it gets wild for the Red Sox, because you got first base open, and I swear, I know it's left on left. If I'm Ron Washington, I'm thinking long and hard about putting Devers on. I don't care that Rob Refsnyder's on deck. The pitch is driven high into center field, but he just missed it. Adele, right in front of the warning track, is there to make the play. He missed that by, what, a millimeter? And the inning is over. The Red Sox do tie the game on a massive homer from Cedon Rafaela. And we go to the 7th, tied at 3 at Fenway on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
So you have a podcast, and you really want to make money with it? Then you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. Check this out. We'll host your podcast for free. You just do your show. We'll use the power of Odyssey's massive expert sales team to place ads in your show and make you money. Does it get any easier than that? Nope. You stay in control of your show, and we help you bring in the money. Sounds like a dream partnership. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and start earning more from your content today.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Now is the time to visit the Lion King on Broadway for unforgettable music, iconic characters, and awe-inspiring artistry. Get great seats to the world's #1 musical. Experience for yourself why the New York Times raves there is simply nothing else like it. Visit lionking.com and get tickets today.
It's Kubota Orange Days. From America's #1 selling compact tractor to zero-turn mowers and versatile RTVs, get your perfect match delivered to your door. Now through June 30th, get 0 down, 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,500 off BX23S tractors. See the details at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
Visit your local Kubota dealer today.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
Craig Weissert is on after 6 good innings from Brian Bale, the Red Sox, and Cedon Rafaela. Got him off the hook. We're tied at 3. And welcome to the game, Zach Weissert. He's been fabulous. Alex Cora goes to him here in the 7th inning to face the top of the order. That makes sense with Zach Neto in there to take ball 1. He's been the 8th inning guy ahead of Chapman, but with this part of the order coming up, this makes all the sense in the world.
Well, if you like fastballs, this is your guy.
1-0 is a fastball that misses 2-0.
Yeah, it's been good. About 65% fastballs. He does have that good sweeper. But his fastball's been his best pitch this year, both 4-seamer and 2-seamer.
Really, since last August, he's been about their best reliever. 2-0 is a ground ball toward third, backhanded by Toro. Plants, long throw in time. Good stretch by Romy. And there's one away.
A nice play by Toro. It's like he can't make the routine one. The one right at him is like, oh, it's just too easy. Let me dive or go down the line and throw it 150 feet across the infield. That was a nice one right there.
Weisert's got 9 holds. This is not one of those situations, but 2.73 ERA. And how about 40 of his last 46 games have been scoreless? Heck of a run. Here's the pitch to Shawnuel. Slider in the back door. Strike 1. You want to face Trout with the bases empty.
Yeah. I don't want to face him at all, for being honest.
1 strike pitch. On the ground to the right side, backhanded by Romy. Good job by Weissert to get over. What a feed from his backside. That is spectacular from Gonzalez. He had to go to his knees, rolled over to his rear end, and then threw an absolute fastball strike leading Weissert.
Love that because he went to his right yesterday, threw it over the head of Birdie for an error. Today, I come out here for batting practice, and he is working on that play, gets an opportunity. This one from his knees. Kind of zips. See how hard he threw that? It's much easier if you throw it harder to lead the pitcher.
Yeah, don't aim it, right?
Don't aim it, just lock in and throw.
Oh, you got to have some belief when you let it go like that. That thing could be behind home plate if it misses. All right, here's Trout. He's 1 for 3 tonight. The pitch high with a fastball, 95.
Either if you're going to go in the Trout, it's got to be up and in. Otherwise, you want to go away from him. Use the park that's big on the right side to your advantage.
1-0. Here's a beauty. Fastball in the inside corner. And it is 1-1. Weissert has seen Trout 4 times and no hits against him. 1-1. Way back his story at short. Here's a fastball that misses outside. And it is 2-1. This is an outfield alignment you just don't often see in the big leagues. You got the center fielder, Cedon, played toward the triangle, and then Duran way over to pull. And that is, when you think about in your mind's eye, Mike Trout, that is his swing, the 2-1. Swing and a miss. He sawed him off there with a really good sinker, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, that was filthy at 93. Started on the inner corner. That's the thing. He plays with that 4-seam, 2-seam combo. The 4-seam would have stayed there for a strike. The 2-seam disappeared off the plate.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, top 7. Weissert is ready. He throws. And a foul on the first base side.
Oh, well, there's your 95 right down the middle. That's not the one. You got that. Got away with that one.
Cedon has homered in back-to-back games for the first time since 2023. Hit Jackson back-to-back games against the Yankees. Cora's got a smile on his face. Pitch is down and in. I think he's laughing with Garrett Crochet, who basically just said to Weissert from the dugout, I just love that you challenged Trout with number 1. Take some onions to do that. 3-2. Here's the pitch, and it is drilled foul. First base side. More heat. Can you go back to it again?
No.
Yeah.
No, you can't. You can elevate up and in. We saw Bayo try to do that with the 4-seamer. He hit it up the middle for a single.
3-2. Here it is, and it's driven into the gap in right center field. On and in comes Cedon. He's there to make the play. He did go back to the fastball, but made a really good pitch. And how about Garrett Crochet? He's banging on the padded wall of the first base dugout. Bregman, Crochet cheerleading as the Red Sox go to the stretch, tied at 3 on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Test, check 1, 2. You know you need unique New York. You know you need unique New York. Does that sound all right? Ah, that's better. You can always tell something's missing when you get isolated results. Like AI that's only right for one of your systems. Get AI that can work across your data and applications. Learn more at IBM.com. The AI built for business. IBM.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Rob Ressler, this is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
Well, Rob is not going to hit here. Wilyer Abreu is going to pinch hit against Connor Brogdon, the right-hander who's pitched in 9 games. He is the definition of a string bean, tall and lean. Bottom 7, it'll be Abreu, Gonzalez, and Toro scheduled to hit. Here is Abreu down to 246. 13 homers, though. Pitch is a fastball that misses outside. He has really, Will, struggled to hit velocity of late, Abreu has. But Brogdon, as you just pointed out, change-up heavy.
Yeah, mucho cambios. He does have a good fastball, though.
1-0. That's a change-up that missed badly. 2-0. This copyrighted broadcast presented by authority of the Red Sox may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions may not be disseminated with the express written consent of EEI and the Red Sox. 2-0. Pitch. Swing and a miss. That was a fastball off the plate and away. Abreu late on it. It's 2-1. Sox could really use him getting hot again. 2-1 is fouled off. 97 that time late, and it's 2-2.
That's a product of, yeah, one, it's gas, but secondly, knowing how much he throws his changeup, it's going to force these hitters to be a little bit late on the heaters.
Since the middle of May, he's 8 for his last 53 with a ton of strikeouts. 2-2. Leading off the bottom of the 7th. Brogdon is ready. He throws. Wilyer takes up and in. Fastball. How about 98?
Up and in, 98. You almost hear it better than you see it sometimes. Hissing at you.
Refsnyder walked and singled in the game. Now Abreu waiting on a 3-2 pitch. There it is. Abreu swings and fouls it back. He got the changeup. Now that was just up enough and away from Abreu.
This guy Brogdon, he's how tall is he? 6'6", 6'7". He's got a ton of extension. So that fastball gets on you, but it also gives a lot of deception with that changeup.
3-2. Here it is. Willier drives one down the right field line, but foul. I cannot believe they doubled up on the changeup again. I don't think he'll see it again, but that was a deep, loud foul, and it's 3-2.
That one headed towards Abe and Louis over there, huh?
You would know.
Yes, I would.
3-2. Pitch is swung on and missed. Fastball. Same old story, and there's one away. So, with one out, here comes Romy. Arbella Insurance Foundation, dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Every strikeout from a Red Sox pitcher this year, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here for the Jimmy Fund and here for good. Romy 0 for 3 tonight. Pitch, swing and a miss. First cutter he's thrown, and it's 0-1.
That's a big cutter. From up here, it looked like a slider. A lot of side-to-side break on that.
I think sometimes TrackMan just flips a coin on some of those based on movement. 0-1 is a chopper. In other words, it's sort of semantics, right? I mean, we're all kind of fixated on what things are called, but I mean, the point is that thing moved a lot east-west and a lot up and down.
Yeah, it's programmed to, yes, look at spin axis and spin rate, and to read what pitch it is. We'll go with cutter.
0-2. Cutter Crawford on the mend. Here's a fastball. It just misses outside. I think he was supposed to throw a live BP today. I'll ask tomorrow. See how that went. What a big lift he could give this whole pitching staff. 1-2. Romy takes a ball. Change up, down and in. And I don't think it's only his role. Well, he could start. He could be in the bullpen. He could be a great long guy. I love his mindset. He does have that screw you thought process on the mound.
Yeah, and look, we had Breslow on the pregame show earlier with TC out there. And I'm pretty sure he mentioned there was a minor setback with Cutter. He didn't have the details on that.
Hate that.
So I don't know that he actually threw that today.
Not good. 2-2. The pitch is a check swing. He did not go. That miss. I think Cooper Criswell is up in the Red Sox bullpen.
By the way, Masataka Yoshida sighting today during BP.
Yeah.
He looked good.
Still only throwing from 75 feet. He can swing it. Masa always can. 3-2, the pitch. Romy swings and misses. He's gone on a changeup. Good one from Brogdon. And they're 2 away.
Yeah, it was a really good changeup right there.
I beg your pardon, that's not Criswell. That is Garrett Whitlock in the bullpen. That makes a whole lot more sense.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I was a little confused with that. I was going to go with it. I trust you.
All right, here's Toro. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Nissan here to help you save this summer. Lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. Here's the pitch to Toro, a little bit low. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. Now that one right there was one that almost scrambled my brain. The copy on the Nissan read M-S-R-PS 1-0. Swing and a miss and a good changeup. 1-1. Bottom line, you're going to get a good price at Nissan this summer. 3-3, bottom 7. 2 down, bases empty for Toro. Pitch is popped up. Back of third base, foul of the line. Rengifo back of the coach's boxes there to make the play, and the Red Sox go down very quietly in the 7th. 3-3, Whitlock coming on after this. For the 8th inning, tie game in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
The
march to spring training and opening day is upon us. Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring here, and we'll have you covered every single day with podcasts that aim to educate, entertain, and inform you as a baseball fan. Follow Baseballs and Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
Hey, it's Garrett Whitlock. This is the home of the Sox. WEEI.
Garrett Whitlock is on for the Red Sox in the 8th inning of a tie game. And I think still sort of trying to find himself a little bit, but very good on Friday night in Atlanta. 20 appearances, a 3.68 ERA.
Well, in Atlanta, he threw a lot more fastballs.
Yep.
And he was much more successful because of that.
Once again, good plan.
Now.
Taylor Ward, right-handed hitter, takes a slider outside for ball one. The 7th inning was sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. Hurt in a work or car accident? Gotta get Glassman. 1-0. Strike. Fastball, bottom of the zone, 1-1. ...20 appearances, 29 in the 3rd innings, 26 hits. 1-1. Almost hit him. He went through a little rough patch 4 outings ago. Big time damage. But on balance, been good working his way back from that surgery. The Red Sox have insisted on using him for 2 innings. Obviously, that will not be the case tonight.
Yeah, it's all been location dependent for him. It's just when he gets in the trouble, he's throwing all his pitches middle of the plate.
Hector Neris is up in the pen for the Angels. Swing and a miss at a good sinker in on the hands by Ward, and it's 2-2. I mean, Red Sox really saw it out of the hand of Neris last night.
Yeah, he's pretty much a 2-pitch guy. Those guys went up there looking for that split.
Story, Cedon, and Connor do up the 2-2. That is strike 3 called. 97-mile-an-hour paint, and there's one away.
You know, I talked to Witt the day after his outing there in Atlanta, and he said, man, my fastball felt so much better. And when I am going right, I'm spotting that at the top of the zone, which we saw in that at-bat twice right there, 97.
Here's Jorge Soler. I mean, that's who he was when he came up. The pitch is up and in. And look, you understand wanting to make a guy a starter. There's more value in the game. Look what Clay Holmes has done for the New York Mets after being a reliever. But Whitlock had the injury, and he's just still trying to find his identity in his return. The 1-0 is a slider on the inside corner, 1-1.
Well, it cost him his elbow.
Yep.
You know, he had the internal brace, I believe.
He did. And he's so important to what the Red Sox are trying to do. The 1-1 is drilled down the left field line. Real trouble at fair, but it hooks foul. Out of play, 1-2.
Yeah, he was out ahead of that sinker. That was 96 in, and Soler got the head out, pulled it foul. I mean, if that tells you anything about reading swings, go with that changeup.
1-2. He did, but that was non-competitive. In the left-handed batter's box, 2-2.
Yeah, but look, that's the thing is there's always a plan and there's a script, and sometimes you got to get off the tracks and you read swings of hitters, and then you make the pitches off of that.
Steely-eyed on the mound. 2-2 is a soft ground ball to third. Toro does it very well this time. He gloves, throws to first in time. Well, he handles that routine play, and they're 2 down.
Yeah, great job by Whitlock right there, keeping the ball down, going the off speed. That slider goes right below the zone. Can't get hurt down there. Soler way out front. little dribbler to third for the out.
Big savings are sizzling at Shaw's and Star Market. Right now, pick up value pack beef T-bone or New York strip steak or lamb loin chops bone in $7.97 a pound. I can't remember ever seeing Garrett Whitlock do what he just did as Travis d'Arnaud stands in, and a fastball buzzes the tower over his head, and d'Arnaud must have gotten hit because he takes his helmet off and goes for a walk. I think that grazed his helmet. Knowing Whit, he probably apologized. I guess it didn't hit him, but d'Arnaud, I really don't think he was. I mean, everybody's spooked when that happens, right?
Yeah. And look, d'Arnaud's walking around uncomfortable. You're checking things. You're checking your helmet. You're checking your drawers.
I mean,
sometimes.
Whitlock went down to his knees. He was not happy with that pitch either.
No, that just, he's trying to go fastball away, slipped out of his hand, 96 right under the nose of d'Arnaud.
You never want that.
No, because you just don't have time to get out of the way.
1-0. The pitch is swung on and missed. Fastball. But before d'Arnaud came up, Garrett checked the little card in his back left pocket. Some kind of scouting report info for this hitter.
What, say throw it at his face?
1-1. The pitch is drilled high and deep into left field. It's not going to get out, but it is going to catch green off the American League scoreboard. Duran, as always, plays it beautifully, and it's a wall ball single for Travis d'Arnaud.
Yeah, 3 singles on the day for d'Arnaud, and 2 of those off the wall. I'll tell you what, the monster giveth and the monster taketh.
Yeah. Can I just tell you how often I'm overwhelmed by how tough big league hitters are? How in the world, after you get 97 on your eyelashes, can you stand in and do that?
Because you go, you know what, he's probably not going to do that again.
At least you hope. Broken back grounder to short. Story gloves. He will throw to first, and Rengifo is gone, and the inning is over. Nice job by Whitlock, and the inning is over. Sweet Caroline time. Bottom 8 next. It'll be Trevor, Sedan, and Wong right after this. Tie game in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This Pride Month, Risk has stories of LGBTQ folks from all walks of life. Go get the Risk podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Radio Network. With all the money you can save on gas when you use the Club Citgo Rewards app, you're good to go. But good to go where? Good to go fly first class?
Hot towel?
Cool. Good to go to the opera? Good to sit ringside at a boxing match? Good to go salsa dancing? Tap dancing? Or polka dancing? Download Citgo's money-saving Club Citgo app today. The easiest way to save money on fuel. Now you're good to go.
To the Shaw's and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Red Sox hoping to make times even better as Trevor Story leads it off. You'll see Hector Neris as we go into the bottom of the 8th inning. Cedon Rafael a homer off this pitcher in yesterday's game. He bats second, and then Connor Wong in the Herb Chambers batting order, which is brought to you in this 8th inning by Herb Chambers Sprinter vans of Somerville and Peabody. All right, here's Story. Walked his last time. Neris already shaking Travis d'Arnaud before the first pitch. First one is Trevor is a fastball that misses inside for ball 1.
Yeah, and Neris is pretty much still a 2-pitch guy. 48% four-seamer, 41% split finger. Play pretty well off of each other.
1-0. Trevor fooled a little bit there by a splitter. He was looking heat.
Yeah, he
Took
was.
That 1-1.
And look, the split's not as effective as it used to be just because his fastball's not 97 anymore. It's more 92, 93.
1-1. The pitch. Trevor takes the ball. Splitter again. And it's 2-1. Results of our Twitter poll from the New England Chevy dealers. Question of the day. 71.9% choose Jarren Duran. Get a closer look at Chevy's award-winning lineup at your New England Chevy dealers. 2-1, the pitch. Trevor chops it foul. That was a splitter. It really dove to the bottom of the zone. Late life, and it's 2-2. Well, as Chapman is up in the Red Sox bullpen, got a little choked up there. The emotions of the game. 2-2. Story waits. Pitch is a chopper foul. This is amazing. You know, we have seen Trevor. The spray charts these days in baseball are getting so good that, like, I've never seen ever a third baseman play this close to the line for a right-handed hitter.
So this is called no doubles. This is because they don't want a ball in that corner.
Here's the pitch, and it is ripped into right field. That's a base hit. Trevor, the go-ahead run. He's aboard. Take that, no doubles, D. Not that they could have done anything there. It's a base hit, and Story is aboard.
Well, I'll tell you what, he was hunting that fastball to hold it bat. He got a fastball first pitch, and then 4 straight split fingers down in the dirt. Got a fastball there, drove it to right, which is a great sign. That means he was working that way to stay on the split.
And by the way, I know Ron Washington's old school. To me, I've always said it. That extreme of no doubles D with nobody on base, I hate it. Because you're just as likely to give up the ground ball to short that would have been fielded. Anyway, here's Cedon, who homered last night off this pitcher. They throw to first. What do you think? Is Trevor considering it here?
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah, he is.
He's stolen 9 bags. Big, big lead. The pitch. Cedon skies it into right field, but it'll hang up for Soler about 30 feet in front of the warning track. Isn't it amazing? I mean, allowed contact in 2 different directions, and one yanked out, the other one a fly to right. And now I would have to think as Connor Wong comes up, the likelihood that Trevor takes off here even higher.
Oh, definitely, right? Yeah. Now, Connor has looked much better tonight. But you do look, with 1 out, you need to get to second base. Give yourself a chance, couple chances to score here, and you want to get out a double play.
He's inching away at first. Good quick move by Neris, a chopper to third. It might be a double play to second for 1. Nice pick there by Neto. Throws to first in time. Beautiful stuff there. But he was guarding the line there for Wong again and perfectly positioned to end the inning. Maybe if they don't have the no doubles D there, it might be a double down the line. 3-3. We go to the 9th inning. Tied at Fenway. The Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is...
Hey, what was the name of that learning app again?
IXL. It gives each kid the exact support they need.
Are we talking about IXL? My kids love it, and research shows it even boosts test scores.
IXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't. And you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
I don't know if you've heard, but IXL is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. My mom calls it healthy screen time. I call it fun. Although, I guess I'm learning too. While other kids are rotting their brains out, I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. IXL actually makes math fun. IXL works for busy kids and busy families like you. Start learning today at IXL.com.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
On we go into the top of the ninth inning, and Aroldis Chapman at home, a save situation. He comes on to keep it tied. He will see Joe Adell for the Angels to lead it off, and then Chris Taylor and the leadoff man Zach Neto. Chapman has just been fabulous. Adell takes fastball down and in, ball one. 3-3 the score. Chapman pitching for the 27th time with a 1.88 ERA. Everything the Sox could have ever hoped for. 1-0. The pitch is on the line to second, and a nice play there by Campbell. A little bit off the end of the bat. Good fastball at 98. Chapman 9 for 10 in save situations. Again, this is not one of those, but 26 games, 24 innings, 32 strikeouts, and I think probably most impressive of all, only 9 walks.
I mean, that's always been his issue, right? Can he throw strikes with that nasty power stuff?
One down, here's Chris Taylor. Pitch is a chopper to third. Toro been busy, gloves, throws to first in time. And there are 2 away. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Nissan's here to help you save this summer. Lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. Possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. MSRPs and dealers and possibilities.
Dashes.
2 down, bases empty. Here's Zach Neto. Tie game, top 9, the pitch. That's a beauty, but called a ball. A little high, I guess. 100 miles an hour. 1-0. And the Red Sox feel like they need this game after a real tough one last night. Yankees, by the way, leading Cleveland 3-1 in the 9th. 1-0. That's a strike. Fastball 98. And it's 1-1.
Isn't it nice when you can let off the gas a little and just, guide a 98-mile-per-hour two-seamer in there?
Must be. Henley's up in the Angel bullpen again. 1-1. Pitch. Strike. Beauty. 100. Into third gear there.
Yeah, down and in. Just dotted. Good luck.
Red Sox 3 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors, 3-8-0 for the Angels. Updated box score brought to you by the Mass Lottery. Celebrate the game we love from the diamond of the lottery games that support all our 351 cities and towns. The Mass Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning. 1-2. 2 down, bases empty. Tie game in the 9th. The pitch. Up and in. Holy smokes. Now Neto takes exception. He looks out to Chapman just as Darno did to Weiser.
Well, let me tell you, you make eye contact with Chapman, you're probably going to look away pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's not a guy you want to mess with. I mean, he smelled that one. It was right past the tip of his nose. Oh, my goodness.
Well, the other thing is, though, that Neto really does crowd the plate.
He does.
That pitch wasn't that far off the plate.
No, it was up. But, yeah, to your point, it wasn't that far in. He hangs out over the inner corner.
What's coming next?
I'd throw another fastball.
2-2. Chapman delivers. And a swing and a miss. He got him. Fastball 100 miles an hour. Chapman, fabulous again. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Tied. A run will win it for the Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
College holds a mythic place in American culture. On the new Campus Files podcast, we uncover the scandals you won't hear on the campus tours. Find Campus Files on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, this is Ryan Williams with 128 Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric, the official home service provider of the Boston Red Sox. With spring baseball in the air, it's time to start thinking about your air conditioning. And we're now booking our yearly air conditioning maintenance and free consultations in case you're still using those pesky window units. We have served the North Shore, Greater Boston, and Merrimack Valley for over 30 years. Check us out and book online now at call128.com or give us a call at 888-CALL-128. Go Sox.
This is Scott McFarland of McFarland Energy. I'm proud to announce we've received more than 3,000 5-star Google reviews. And as a thank you, we're offering $500 off a new heating or air conditioning replacement, in addition to utility rebates. As a family-owned business since 1946, our goal has been to deliver the best combination of price, expertise, and equipment to all of Eastern Massachusetts and the Cape. This summer, if you need a new air conditioning system, beat the summer rush and let our family help yours. Visit McFarlandEnergy.com.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
This is Triston Campbell. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
More boos greet Kenley Jansen. He was fabulous last night.
People don't forget.
No. He left the team early. He's been very outspoken about his disagreement with the Red Sox. We hope this bottom of the ninth disagrees with him. It was awesome getting his 13th save last night. Here is Christian Campbell. Kenley throws. Campbell takes a strike. Cutter in the inside corner. He can do that. I mean, even Kenley knows he wants the cutter in to this hitter who's had such a hard time with that.
That's a hard one to pull the trigger on when it's a ball in and comes back.
0-1 to Campbell. Here's the pitch. And it is inside. He took it that time, did Campbell. On deck is Jarren Duran, who's on deck, brought to you by TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. 1-1 tie game, bottom 9. The pitch is inside. Really good take. And it's 2-1. Kenley, 459 career saves. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch to Campbell is a ball inside. Great take on a cutter, and it's 3-1. Kenley shimmies those hips. He sets, and the 3-1 is inside, ball 4. That is a fabulous plate appearance for Campbell. I am sure they'll run with Hamilton here.
No, you just have to, right? And there he is. Here he comes.
Well, that's the thing about Kenley. You know, in another world, even though Duran's been so hot with the bat, you would consider some small ball, but not with this pitcher. Kenley does not hold runners at all. I mean, Hamilton is going to go at some point here.
I don't even know. If you're Kenley, I don't even know if you pick. I think you go first pitch out.
I like that.
But, I mean, even that, he slowed the plate, and I still think Hamilton beats it.
So here we go. Duran with the winning run. Hamilton over at first. Everybody in the ballpark knows what's about to happen.
Totally. What a great at-bat by Christian Campbell.
Kenley looks into d'Arnaud. Peers over his shoulder at Hamilton. Tie game, bottom 9. Hamilton sets at first, and they will pick over, which is almost an invitation to Hamilton to go. I love that everything Kenley does, these fans boo.
These Red Sox fans, they hold a grudge, don't they?
They do. 2 more doubles tonight for Duran. 1 more would win it. Hamilton leads. And he goes. The pitch is taken. Way high throw. Not a chance. Head first slide for Hamilton. Automatic hammy. And it's a steal to put the winning run in scoring position.
Well, now against a veteran pitcher, a veteran closer who's been around this game for a long time, you got to put it bats together and do the job. Manufacture a run. Move him over. If you drive him in, great. But you have to set your sights to pull this ball.
1-0. Kenley throws. Duran swings and misses. That was a violent rip and a 1-0 count. You're fine with that. And I think, Will, doesn't he get a couple chances to do damage here?
I think so.
What is Alex Cora upset about in the dugout? He's got a glare out at the home plate umpire.
Yeah, I don't think they thought Kenley came set before he made that pitch.
1-1, and he spins back, and they're going to be watching that like hawks.
And that could be gamesmanship, too. That could be Cora trying to get in the head of Kinley.
Hamilton's not going anywhere with no outs. We might have a different conversation with one. 1-1 to Duran. Winning run at second. Here's the pitch. Duran drives one high into left center field. Adele back on the track. Hamilton tagging at second. Catch made. He's not going anywhere. The relay throw caught by Neto. And so a high fly out for Duran. Unproductive first out.
Yeah, so that's a borderline one to tag up on in left center. I know the speed of Hamilton, but the smart thinking here, and they're going to walk Devers, obviously, with the base open. But the smart thinking by Hamilton, I can't be thrown out right there. I know I'm in scoring position at second base with my speed.
I do think he's going to consider it right here, though. Here comes Wilyer Abreu. I mean, I know you're the winning run in scoring position, but Abreu has not been hot. The third baseman, Rengifo, in sort of off the line. And I think that's sort of the math equation Hamilton will run. How far can I get a lead as the shortstop Neto keeps him close, and now Rengifo is going to try to stay a little closer to the line. Here we go with Abreu. 2 on, 1 out. The pitch. Abreu takes high, a fastball. Well, here we go now. I mean, Abreu can hit 93 cutters in the middle of the plate.
Totally, especially if it's working into him, which those cutters will. Rengifo much closer to third base now.
1-0. And Kenley spins back again.
Yeah, Kinley does not have a good pickoff move to second. He's just too big. It's too hard to be quick and make that spin move. He's literally just doing the inside move just to hold Hamilton close.
Tied at 3 in the bottom of the ninth. 1-0. Here's the pitch. Abreu swings and fouls it off. 94-mile-an-hour cutter, and it's 1-1.
He was all over that, too.
Hard to know. He'll get a better one than that. One ball, one strike. Abreu waits. Jansen sets. He throws. Abreu swings and misses. Cutter. And it's 1-2. Man. A walk to Campbell. Hamilton ran for him. A deep fly out for Duran. Hamilton elected not to tag. Then they intentionally walked Raffi. And now 1-2 to Abreu. That pitch. Abreu fouls it back. A cutter in the middle of the plate. Kenley does not do that very often.
No, and this entire at bat, he's done a good job of throwing backdoor cutters. They start off the plate, come to the corner. That one was an absolute mistake.
That was. Got away with it. See if Abreu can cash it in. He pinch hit for Refsnyder back in the 7th. One, two. Here it is. Abreu pops it foul. Out of play on third base side.
Well, this would be the point if Kinley wants to switch it up and maybe go to that big breaking ball, because Wilyer has had a lot of opportunities here to time him up with that cutter.
Although if he hangs a curveball, it's going into the seats. 1-2 to Abreu. Winning run at second. Tie game, bottom 9. The pitch is a swing and a miss. He got him with a fastball, top of the zone, and Abreu's swing and miss issues continue. They're 2 away.
That was a big one.
Something about the middle of the order that's sort of been kryptonite for Wilyer Abreu. When he's hit lower in the order, he's been really good. Now, a meeting on the infield, and I guess it's possible as Ron Washington comes out, are they thinking about what Hamilton might do?
Okay, so in this situation, they're basically saying with 2 outs, if they run, this is our play, and likely what it'll be, they will probably let him have third base and hold their position, because if they go to cover the base and then Romy hits a ground ball to third, it's an easy run-scoring single that ends this thing.
Don't yet have an official attendance figure, but when we give it to you in the postgame show, it's brought to you by Crispy Crunchy Chicken. If you're craving some crunch, fresh hand-breaded chicken tenders or crispy chicken sandwich spiced just right here in the ballpark. I mean, I guess it's conceivable that Hamilton could try to take off for third. Raffi could stay behind at first.
He should. Yeah, Raffi shouldn't go because they'll just throw him out.
And we've seen before, when he tries to get funky between first and second, it does not work out.
Yeah, and look, Raffi, they're not going to hold him on here, So he could if he gets a massive lead, he can take the backside of that double steal.
The simplest way to do it right here is Romy Gonzalez.
Would love that.
He will bat now. He's had a tough night at the plate. 3 strikeouts, a line out to center. He's been a walk-off hero a couple times for the Red Sox. And a couple of walks, strikeout, and a flyout. Kenley Jansen walking the tightrope again. See what the Red Sox have brewing in their bullpen. If we go to the 10th, it might be Zach Kelly. 3-3 the score. The pitch. Romy takes a ball. Cutter down and away. For ball 1.
We got a hot hitter in Toro on deck. Romy's going to get something in the zone to hit.
Winning run at second base. 2 down, bottom 9, tie game. 1-0 to Romy. Hamilton runs, and the pitch is a strike on the inside corner. Well, that was crazy. Hamilton went before Kenley did anything, and he had to know about it. He said, well, I don't care, and just came home with it anyway. Again, I just don't think that double steal Little League play where you try to score the winning run and steal it is in play here. Because Devers just doesn't have the agility to stay in a rundown.
100%. You put this in the hands of Romy, it's Romy versus Jansen right here.
1-1 to Gonzalez. Outfield deep and a step the other way. Here's the pitch, and it is ball. Low and outside, a sinker. He's sort of dancing around at first.
Yeah, and Jose Flores, first base coach, has got to keep an eye on Chanuel back there as well, trying to sneak in behind Raffy because he is way off the bag.
2-1. Jansen sets. He throws. Romy drives one foul on the first base side. Yeah, you have to think that in a pickle like this, Travis d'Arnaud, the Angel catcher, is thinking, well, if I can time it up with Chanuel, get Raffy off the bag, I could steal the 3rd out of this inning.
Absolutely. Chanuel doesn't want to give up his position, though, with a guy throwing cutters and Romy, who's shown the ability to hit the ball the right side.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Raffy is running, and they won't do anything. The pitch to Romy comes home, and it is grounded up the middle. Second baseman to a knee. Gloves throws to first in time, and the inning is over. Gonzalez hit it hard, but right at Taylor. And the Red Sox struggles go on with runners in scoring position. 1 for 10 tonight. They've stranded 10. And we go to the 10th, tied at 3 in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
So you have a podcast, and you really want to make money with it. Then you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. Check this out. We'll host your podcast for free. You just do your show. We'll use the power of Odyssey's massive expert sales team to place ads in your show and make you money. Does it get any easier than that? Nope. You stay in control of your show, and we help you bring in the money. Sounds like a dream partnership. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and start earning more from your content today.
You're a home service pro. Even 5 stars aren't enough for you. So why is a pro like you still buried in admin and paperwork? Try Jobber, the all-in-one tool that fits your entire office in your back pocket. Start your free trial today at jobber.com.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Well, to extra innings we go, and just back from AAA, Zach Kelly, who's had some real struggles this year, facing the heart of the Angels' order. Shonwell, left-handed hitter. Neto, the automatic runner. He bunts it back to the mound. Kelly waits, picks it up, and makes no play. Toro was crashing in at third. It was a bad bunt by Shonwell. Indecision by Zach Kelly. The play sped up on him. And another error, the third of the night for the Red Sox.
I'm blaming Toro more than Kelly here. You have to use your voice, communicate, and say, that's mine. I'm a third baseman. You're a pitcher. Get out of my way. Let me get the out at first.
Well, wherever the blame goes, this whole thing is becoming a tired act. I mean, they've lost 16 one-run games. They're into extras again, and another error puts first and third for Mike Trout. So often in extra innings, the lead runner, the leadoff man, is the most important. And a bungle by the Red Sox. The pitch to Trout is outside. I mean, again, the Red Sox are just an arm short in the bullpen right now. Once Slayton went down, they had to go to Weissert in the 7th inning to face the heart of the order. And then Chapman pitches in the 9th inning. But now a real bind. The 1-0 is outside, 2-0. And this is the issue for Kelly. And it always has been, really. He's got electric stuff, but he doesn't throw enough strikes. And he's behind Trout, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch is way high. I mean, that's not even close. And it's 3-0. Extra innings games, the Red Sox amazingly have played 10 of them. They've won 4 of their 5 here, but in a real bind right now. Hamilton stays in the game. He's at second. 3-0 pitch. Trout taking all the way. It looked like a cutter, and it's 3-1. So Abreu in right, Duran very deep in left. An error to begin extra innings. 3-1 to Mike Trout. Pitch inside. He walked him. So now the bases are loaded. From Taylor Ward, we take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Andrew Bailey is coming to the mound, and game 2 against these LA Angels, once again, one of those crossroads moments, like so many in the first 60 games of this season, where the Red Sox make an error to begin extra innings. It's not the end of the world to walk Trout in that spot, except that now a base hit gives the Angels, in all likelihood, 2 runs.
Right. Which, as we all know, you're always playing for 2 as the visiting team here in extras.
Even though they weren't, because they bunted and the Red Sox didn't take advantage. So here now Taylor Ward, who's 0 for 4. Romy in at first. Everybody else backed up. Here's the pitch, and it's outside and low. Cutter. You know, clearly the infield here thinking we will definitely trade 2 outs for 1 run unless a ball is hit to Romy hard. 1-0. Kelly throws. Not close. Cutter. That's an easy take, and it's 2-0. It's just too many 2-0 counts from Zach Kelly.
Well, you got to get somebody up quick.
Yep.
Quick. You can't let this and just say, oh, he's got to eat it. No.
Yeah, he cannot throw strikes. Criswell puts his hat on. 2-0. Pitch is a ball. Cutter. And it's 3-0. I mean, the Red Sox had Birdie up here. He was good. Stepped on his foot. He's on the IL. Slayton hurt. They're just short in the pen. 3-0. Bases loaded. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. There's a strike on the inside corner. You need the ultimate Houdini act right now.
Well, he's been throwing a ton of cutters, and they have been nowhere near the zone.
You know what Ward is thinking right here. 3-1. Kelly sets, he throws, and a cutter to third. Could be a double play. Second for one. Hamilton relay first two. Double play. What a big pitch that is for Zach Kelly. That is the best case scenario. A run does score. It's 4-3 Angels, and now Kelly has a chance for a miracle.
Look, he had no command of the cutter whatsoever those first two batters. And now he goes back to it in a full count right there. It makes a perfect pitch.
That was outstanding. Here's
Nice
Soler.
turn.
He's 0 for 4. Yeah, on both ends. Toro got it to Hamilton very quickly. And not out of the woods yet as Soler pops it up. Shallow right field. Hamilton and Romy come together. Hamilton is there to make the play. That is a fabulous job
Holy
by
smokes.
Zach Kelly. Bases loaded. Nobody out. 3-0 count and only one run scores. Diablo. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. 4-3 Angels lead on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
What We Spend is a new podcast that explores something we almost never talk about. Every week, you'll hear a different guest share everything they spend their money on. What We Spend is available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Carlos Narvaez is going to pinch hit here for Abraham Toro, which would lead you to sort of think they're not going to bunt. Kevin Newman comes in to play third, but I'm not so sold. I think the Red Sox may be thinking about trying to tie the game at home, play a little small ball. We will see. Romy Gonzalez, who can fly, is the automatic runner at second base. Carlos, right-handed hitter against Reed Detmers, the L.A. pitcher. No sign of a bunt. He takes a curveball way high for ball one. Well, they're going for it.
I'm about to say, I'm trying to figure this one out. Narvaez will likely go to catcher. Meyer likely will come in Wong's spot, but he'll play third.
1-0. The pitch is swung on and missed. Big fastball. Detmers looked really good last night. It's 1-1.
Look, I know you're playing to win this, but sometimes you got to play not to lose, too, and you need to find a way to tie this up.
Yeah, and they're in the bottom part of the order.
You know, there's been a lot of opportunities. We talk about this across all of baseball, of bunting guys over, and you just don't see it that often.
1-1 to Carlos Narvaez. The pitch is a fly foul on the first base side. The one thing about Carlos, particularly in two strike counts, is he does have that inside-out swing. And at the very least, he's got to find a way to put the ball on the right side here and get Gonzalez to third.
Right, and that's how, and Detmers will try to combat that with fastballs in and breaking balls to get him to hit something to the left side.
He's been fabulous, says Carlos. 1-2, 4-3 Angels. The Red Sox trying to avoid losing their 17th one-run game. 1-2 to Narvaez. Here's the pitch. Carlos swings and misses. Elevated fastball nowhere near the zone. So they don't bunt, as they've said they would. So many times publicly, the Red Sox have said, we have not scored enough runs. We got to get to 4. We got to play small ball.
And here's the thing. You're not scoring runs. You can't just say, oh, we'll score 2 here. When's the last? How many times has that happened? Not a lot.
They have the automatic runner at second with nobody out. Here's Trevor's Story. Chance to erase it all right here. 1-run LA lead. The pitch. Story takes a curveball for a strike at the bottom of the zone. 4-3 LA. An error put the wheels in motion in that top of the 10th inning. 0-1 pitch inside. And I just sort of think, Will, sometimes whatever the numbers say about playing for crooked numbers and all that to win at home, when you only give up the 1 run, I think the strategy should change. 1-1. Detmers is ready. He throws. Story fouls it back. He had a pitch to hit right there.
How much?
It was 97, and it's 1-2.
How much do these decisions... are they being made because of what you don't have in the bullpen right now, too?
Yeah. Fair point. Well, yeah, that's exactly right. You know, what you just said is 100% correct. I actually rescind everything I said. They don't have a lot of confidence they can put up a 0 or 1 in the 11th inning. So they need more than 1 here. 1-2. That pitch is a curveball drilled high and foul down the left field line. I don't think he'll do that again. But that's absolutely what it is. I mean, they're trying to stay away from Bernardino. And, I mean, in this game, the Red Sox have already used Weissert, Whitlock, Chapman, and now Kelly. And they got to save Criswell as the long man. They want to stay away from Bernardino. Guerrero pitched a lot last night. 1-2 to Trevor. The pitch is swung on and missed. He got him, slider. And the Red Sox are down to their last out. Can Cedar Rafaela be the hero? He tied the game with a 2-run bomb in the 6th. But Red Sox staring down the barrel again. A couple of strikeouts in the bottom of the 10th. And here's Cedar. The pitch is a beauty. Curveball. You're looking for fastball there with Cedar, and it's 0-1. 4-3 Angels, 2 down, bottom 10. Detmers throws. Cedar pops it up on the right side of the infield. It's the same old song at Fenway Park. Shonowell makes the play. 4-3, LA wins. Another 1-run loss for the Boston Red Sox. 17 on the season, and with that one, they fall 5 games below 500. And oh, by the way, 10 behind the New York Yankees. More frustration at Fenway, 4-3 LA. On the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey Boston, need more room? At CubeSmart, we believe in storage that puts you first. That means our team of storage experts is there for you, in person or online, to help you find the space you need. Get storage that puts you first with CubeSmart Self-Storage. Find storage in Boston and move in today.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Sox Radio Network.
With all the money you can save on gas when you use the Club Citgo Rewards app, you're good to go. But good to go where? Good to go fly first class?
Hot towel?
Cool. Good to go to the opera? Good to sit ringside at a boxing match? Good to go salsa dancing? Tap dancing? Or polka dancing? Download Citgo's money-saving Club Citgo app today. The easiest way to save money on fuel. Now you're...
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. This is the Nissan postgame show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Oh, a really frustrating night, like so many before for the Red Sox, unfortunately. 4-3, the Angels win, and they've won this series. The Red Sox need a win tomorrow to avoid being swept by the LA team that came in here losers of 7 of 8. Boston now 5 games below 500, 10 behind the New York Yankees. And there's no other way to say it than the season is on the line right now. It's hard to admit that on the 4th day of June tomorrow, but this thing is teetering. The Red Sox lose their 17th one-run game, and because the bullpen is a little thin, the Red Sox elect down 1 in extra innings to not play small ball, which I'm sure is something that will be discussed. But, you know, again, without the depth in the bullpen, you could probably make a compelling case for that. But once again, just total frustration offensively for this ball club. They had the bases loaded early in the game with 1 out, did not score, and they only score lately when they hit home runs. They tied the game on a Cedon Rafaela big fly, but they just couldn't cash it in the late innings, including in the 9th inning when Christian Campbell draws a great leadoff walk. Hamilton runs for him, steals a base. They got second base with nobody out, and Duran cannot move Hamilton to third. Then Devers intentionally walked. Abreu strikes out, and Romy Gonzalez grounds out to second to end that inning. And then an error by Zach Kelly set the wheels in motion in the 10th inning. And in the end, you know, kind of a miracle that the Angels only scored the 1 run in the top of the 10th inning. But all of that adds up to 29 and 34. Angels 4 runs, 8 hits. They did not make an error. They leave 8. And another eyesore in the error column for the Red Sox. They make 3 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors, and 11 left. It took 3 hours and 4 minutes in front of 33,003. Christian Arcan's going to have the rest of the Nissan postgame show, and I'm sure he will have a pretty succinct take on this one. At some point, the specifics of these games start to blur, and it does not really matter how and why on a given night the Red Sox lose a 1-run game. They've done it 17 times in their first now 63 games. And at some point, that starts to add up to a club that, for one reason or another, on a given night, just has a real hard time making the big play, making the big pitch, getting the big hit. And on the 4th day of June tomorrow, the Red Sox need a win to avoid a sweep at the hands of the LA Angels. Doug Lane was great here in the booth at Fenway. Joe Braverman, same story as always, back at WEEI. More just hair-pulling frustration at Fenway Park. 4-3, Angels win it in 10. For Will Middlebrooks, Will Fleming saying so long from Fenway Park. We'll talk to you tomorrow afternoon. 1:35 start time, which means the MassMutual Red Sox pregame show begins at 12:35. So long. Talk to you tomorrow on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Want to catch up with the national pastime in a short time? Tune into the Morning Lineup podcast. Every weekday, in less than 10 minutes, we'll bring you all the wonderful...
He's done it again! See ya! A monster 2-run home run!
All the wild...
Here comes Ramos! This game is over!
All the weird...
Contreras is chewing on the tape.
That makes the MLB season special. Check out the Morning Lineup on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Test, check 1, 2. You know you need unique New York. You know you need unique New York. Does that sound all right? Ah, that's better. You can always tell something's missing when you get isolated results. Like AI that's only right for one of your systems. Get AI that can work across your data and applications. Learn more at IBM.com. The AI built for business. IBM.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Storrow Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Big savings are sizzling at Shaw's and Star Market. Hey, it's Lou. Today through Thursday, get value-packed T-bone or New York strip steak or lamb loin chops bone-in for just $7.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon you limited to 2. Yes, that's tender USDA choice beef T-bone, New York strip steak, and lamb loin chops on sale. When you shop with the Shaw's app, you get amazing deals. You earn points on every purchase. If you're short on time, order free curbside pickup or get delivery. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
The Christian Arcand Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You're listening to the Nissan Postgame Show. Nissan is here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. Red Sox lose again in extra innings, 4-3 your final score to an LA Angels team that I got to remind you was slumping badly coming into this one. And the Red Sox playing the role of slump busters yet again here as they fall in extra innings in another very frustrating night at Fenway Park. We'll get to the totals here in just a moment, but the Arbella Insurance Foundation dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund tonight. Red Sox pitchers had 6 strikeouts. That means another $300 to the Jimmy Fund to help strike out cancer. Arbella, here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. For every double the Red Sox hit, we donate $50 to the American Diabetes Association, brought to you in part by the Massachusetts Health Connector. If you need health insurance, go to mahealthconnector.org and find the right plan for you and your family. 4 doubles tonight, 2 more for Jaron Duran. That's 4 in 2 games for him. Ceddanne Rafaela and Christian Campbell had the other 2. That brings our total up to $3,450. For every 4-bagger the Red Sox hit this season, Red Sox Radio Network donates $40 to Cars for Kids. We're making our donation, and you should too. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com and donate your car today. For the second time in as many nights, Ceddanne Rafaela going yard. There's $40 more to Cars for Kids. Still to come, we'll get the Subaru of New England post-game scoreboard, our McFarland Energy play of the game. We'll go back over the totals, unfortunately, for another very, very tough night at Fenway Park for the Red Sox and certainly for the fans. We'll get to all of that in just a moment. Again, this is the Nissan Post-Game Show, and Nissan is here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. We'll come back and wrap things next in just a moment.
You're a home service pro. Even 5 stars aren't enough for you. So why is a pro like you still buried in admin and paperwork? Try Jobber, the all-in-one tool that fits your entire office in your back pocket. Start your free trial today at jobber.com.
So you have a podcast, and you really want to make money with it? Then you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. Check this out. We'll host your podcast for free. You just do your show. We'll use the power of Odyssey's massive expert sales team to place ads in your show and make you money. Does it get any easier than that? Nope. You stay in control of your show, and we help you bring in the money. Sounds like a dream partnership. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and start earning more from your content today.
This Friday,
I'd like to go hunting.
the greatest action franchise of the past decade
How do I start doing what you do?
reloads.
Looks like you already have.
From the world of John Wick, Ballerina, rated R.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
The pitch is driven high and deep into left field. Goodbye! Green light special. 2-run bomb for Cedon, and we are tied at 3.
Welcome back. You're listening to the Nissan Postgame Show. Nissan is here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. That home run there from Cedon Rafaela in the 6th inning would tie the game up at 3. The Red Sox falling into a hole there in the 3rd inning as Brian Bayo, who ended up with a pretty good line and went deeper into the game than he's been in quite some time, did allow an RBI single to Zach Neto, and that was exacerbated by a bad throw by Rafaela from center field. Airmailed it right to Dennis Drinkwater there in the front row, and it gave the Angels a 3-1 lead. The Red Sox would get a run back. Jaron Duran with an RBI double in the 3rd, and then you just heard that home run there from Rafaela to make it 3-3. That score would hold up. Red Sox would strand a bunch more runners. Stop me if you've heard this one before. And then in the 10th inning with Zach Kelly on the mound, sack bunt, which sends the ghost runner over to 3rd. Mike Trout walked and loaded up the bases. And then Taylor Ward grounded into a double play, 3rd to 2nd to 1st. Neto did score, but they were able to get out of the inning with just the 1 run. But unfortunately, with Detmers on the mound for the Angels, Red Sox go down 1-2-3, and that's all she wrote. 4-3 your final score. And that Ward double play, though, that was the play of the game. Let's hear it, Joe. Or do we have it? I guess we don't have it. That's
well,
okay.
I'm good if he wants to launch right here. 3-0. The pitch is driven high and deep into left field. Goodbye! Green light special. 2-run bomb for Cedon, and we are tied at 3.
Okay, got our wires crossed there. We're looking for the Taylor Ward double play, which ended the game, which was the McFarland Energy play of the game. And that's okay that we didn't play it. It was a double play. It wasn't even a good hit. It was a lousy hit. Red Sox were kind of lucky there that it wasn't worse than that. They only let in the 1 run, but that ended up being enough. And that's your play of the game. Upgrade your air conditioning system before the summer rush at McFarlandEnergy.com. Let's take a look now at the Subaru of New England scoreboard. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Some games in progress to tell you about, like the Royals, who are enjoying a 10-7 lead over the Cardinals. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning in St. Louis. Orioles and the Mariners tied up at 1, top of the 3rd inning in Seattle. Through 3 innings in San Francisco, the Giants lead the Padres by a score of 2-0. A's up 1-0 over the Twins in the bottom of the 2nd out in Sacramento. Dodgers and Mets knotted up at 1 run apiece in the bottom of the 1st. The Rockies scored a 3-2 win over the Marlins, and that is their first series win in 22 attempts. So as bad as it is, Red Sox, the could be worse. You could be a Rockies fan, although the Rockies actually have something to celebrate tonight, so maybe I shouldn't even say that. The Astros with a 3-0 win over the Pirates. Cubs topped the Nationals 8-3 in D.C. Yankees scored a 3-2 win over the Guardians. That means more space between them and the Red Sox in the AL East. Philly snapped a 4-game losing skid, beating the Blue Jays 8-3. The Brewers finally lose a game. The 8-game losing streak snapped as the Reds double them up 4-2 in Cincinnati. The D-backs 8-3 winners over the Braves. Rays topped the Rangers 5-1. And the White Sox with an 8-1 win over the Detroit Tigers. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show tomorrow at 12:35 as the Red Sox look to avoid a sweep. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. It'll be Lucas Giolito and Jose Soriano at Fenway Park as the Red Sox, again, looking to avoid getting swept by the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. For Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks, I'm Christian Arcan. Let's also thank the guys who got this game on the air tonight. That'd be our engineer at Fenway, the great Doug Lane. The executive producer of Red Sox Baseball is Joe Braverman. We're not going to have a lot of time for Red Sox review on our flagship station, WEEI, but if you want to get in line, go ahead and do it at 617-779-7937. We'll go to 11 o'clock, and we'll hear from Alex Cora. In the meantime, Red Sox lose another one, 4-3 your final score in 10 innings. I'm Christian Arcan. Good night, everybody.
You have been listening to the Nissan Postgame Show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. You have been listening to Red Sox Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella. Here for good.
And it's gone!
Buy Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks. Official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Long gone into the monster seats.
Morgan & Morgan. America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Swing and a miss. He got him.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Way back. Grand slam.
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. C&S Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone. Into the bullpen.
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners, Boston's premier retirement planning specialist.
This ball is crushed and it is gone.
Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Grand slam home run.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth. And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on. New England Chevy dealers. Together, let's drive.
That's a wall gone.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
This is Red Sox Review, and it starts right now. Here's your host, Christian Arcan.
Well, what can you say? Welcome in. It's Red Sox Review brought to you by Nissan. Nissan's here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. Hard to really even wrap your head around this. You heard Will Fleming saying it at the end of the broadcast. The season's on the line. I know I said a while ago that there's like 6 weeks left in the season. The more you fall out of first place, the further below 500 you sink, then the more time gets lopped off of that timeline, and the more dire the situation gets. And I think we're right up against it here. I agree with Will. I think that this a sweep at the hands of the Angels at home, 6 of the next 9 games the Red Sox play are against the Yankees, just for your information, okay? This could be the type of kill shot you get in June, in the first couple of weeks of June, that really can put a season out to pasture. And I don't think that anyone's ready for that. I know they shouldn't be in that locker room. As a matter of fact, Alex Cora just addressed the media. He is not happy. Let's go to Alex Cora right now.
Obviously, a lot of chances tonight. How frustrating it's not to be able to.
I mean, chances. I don't know about that.
10 hits.
I mean, we missed a cutoff guy. They scored 2. We hit the 8th hitter. We walked the 9th hitter. We didn't execute a bunt play. We didn't advance what we needed to. So, you can talk about chances. I can tell you the chances that we gave the opposition. I mean, we were lucky to be in that game at the end, to be honest with you.
On that double play in the 10th, is that the play or do you?
100%, 1,000%. That play, we have to go that way.
Yeah.
You feel like it's kind of that was the opportunity there? Before that. Well, I mean, you had it. Yeah, but before that, Trevor gets a hit. Sedani swing the bat well. He swung the first pitch, hit a ground fly ball to right. Next pitch, we hit into a double play. We had chances before, but we gave them chances to do what they did to win the game.
How much are these close losses, eating at you and frustrating you?
I mean, we keep making the same mistakes. We're not getting better. At one point, it has to be on me, I guess, right? And the manager. So, I got to keep pushing them to be better. They're not getting better. They're not, We keep making them the same mistakes. And I'll be very honest about it, very open about it, you get frustrated, but at one point it's like, okay, what are we going to do? What's going to change, because we keep doing the same thing. We can keep talking about one-run losses. They're 17, 18, whatever it is, and it's the same thing. So, I mean, is it effort, preparation, like Duke said, attention to detail, I have no idea now. I watched that game, I was like, wow, this is real, I mean, it's frustrating.
How much you've been banging your head against the wall about the defense for years, like that really irritates you more than anything. What have we seen just defensively all year?
What you saw today, routine ground balls for those plays we don't turn. We throw to the wrong bases. We make cutoff guys. PFPs were horrible. So there's a lot of bad right now.
Is there a shakeup that can fix it?
Show up tomorrow. Show up tomorrow. That's all we can do.
Alex Cora in the postgame. Wow, some big comments there. You can tell he is. Yesterday, after that game last night, he sounded a little more despondent. Now, I don't know. I mean, now it's sort of, he's blaming himself. Says these guys aren't getting any better. That was a big, big statement right there. He said in plain English, these guys are not getting any better. And maybe it's on me. Whew. Listen, 3 more errors tonight. I'm not going to disagree with him. I'm not going to disagree that these guys are not getting better. We talked about this in the pregame show. I asked Will, is this defense ever going to get any better? And admittedly, there's guys playing out of position, sure. But that is no excuse for this to be such a problem over the course of 2 seasons. And not for nothing, another double-digit strikeout night. The Red Sox struck out 10 times. And with runners in scoring position, they were 1 for 13. It's the same thing. It's the same 3 problems. The fielding is terrible. They give away outs. They give away runs, unearned runs. They strike out 1 million times, and they can't hit with runners in scoring position. And other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, it's a very good play. And, that's where we are. That's what this season is. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll get to as many phone calls as we can before we sign off right after this.
WEEI. WEEI. New England Sports Original.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
644-PAIN.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
I'm Mark Trissy, president of Jackson Lumber and Millwork. Isn't it time to update your kitchen? For a new kitchen you'll absolutely love, visit Jackson Kitchen Designs.
Chances are your family spends more time in the kitchen than any other room in your home. Why not enjoy a beautiful, functional gathering space designed just for you, your tastes, lifestyle, and budget?
That's my sister, Lisa Teresi, manager of Jackson Kitchen Designs.
We make the process easy. Our talented designers will guide your decisions, share creative ideas, and design a well-thought-out space that adds beauty and value to your home.
To see the newest design trends in cabinets, countertops, and hardware, visit our showrooms or go to JacksonKitchenDesigns.com.
From starter cabinet lines to fully custom lines, we have cabinets for every style, budget, and every room in the house. We love working with homeowners, builders, and remodelers to bring their vision to life.
For your convenience, appointments are available at our North Andover, Amesbury, and Woburn showrooms. To get started, visit us online at JacksonKitchenDesigns.com. That's Jackson Lumber and Millwork, providing solutions and delivering results since 1946.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health. And if erectile dysfunction is making for a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us, because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and for the one you love. At Northeast Men's Health, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. You could even last up to an hour or more and make sex great again. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. For just $99, you'll get a medical consult, blood work, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. That's northeastmenshealth.com. We have 5 offices across the Northeast to serve you. Northeast Men's Health, a Promedic restorative health practice.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is Red Sox Review on WEEI.
All right, we'll get to the phone. 617-779-7937. It's Arcan. It's Red Sox Review. Got a few minutes here, so be quick. We'll start things off with our good friend Glenn in New Orleans. Go ahead, Glenn.
Hey there, Christian. The bottom line is when they say the players need to play better, they can't play better because that's what they are. They've reached their ceiling. So don't expect these same people to play better than they did last year or the year before. Bottom line, thank you.
All right, Glenn, thanks for the call. That's applicable to some players for sure. There's a lot of guys on this team who much was expected of this year, and I know that Duran has 4 doubles in his last 2 games, but up until this point, he's about a 700 OPS guy. That's not what you need from him. That's not what they were expecting from him. Bregman, until he got hurt, was very good. Chapman's been very good. Crochet's been very good. All the players who've been brought in have mostly been fine. Wilyer Abreu has cooled off lately, but he started off well. Campbell started off well. The Red Sox right now are the 4th worst team in the American League. It's the White Sox, the A's, the Orioles, and you. You know who was between you and those 3 was the Angels, and they passed you. And now you're down there. The only thing keeping you out of that bottom 3 of despair is 4.5 games right now. You are 4.5 games away from Baltimore and 5 games away from the wild card. So you're closer to the bottom 3 than you are to making it in the wild card right now. Time to play with some pride. Time to show some pride. Let's go to Casper in Worcester. Go ahead, Casper.
Hi, Christian. I know you're pinched for time. I texted this in to you about an hour or so ago. It's really time to start a Sox Samaritan hotline and have a shrink booth below the stands for the fans at the game. Alex said it all, too. With that said, I'll say good night and look forward to talking to you again.
All right, Casper, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Now, we'll have a full show tomorrow night to really get into this. And maybe it'll be on the heels of his sweep or maybe, one of those last-ditch dead cat bounce kind of wins. We'll see. We'll see what it ends up being. Let's go to Ron in Medford. Hello, Ron in Medford.
Hey, how you doing, Christian? Listen, you know something? The one thing that's never going to change, when this ownership group came here and bought this team, the passion that these guys had to win, where they jumped right in the arms race, they had Pedro, they still went out and got Schilling. Every really good free agent, whether it be the bullpen, in the infield, the outfield, they were in on everybody. Money was no issue. They were in, balls to the wall. And that's not going to happen anymore. That's done. That's done. I mean, they've got other entities. They've got Liverpool. They got the Penguins. There's talk about them maybe buying an NBA team at some point.
Mm-hmm.
They're not. In order for us to compete with the Yankees, the way they conducted business when they first took over this team, we're never going to see that again. Never. They might feel the team good enough to be at 500 or a little above, but the only way you're going to compete with the Yankees and the Dodgers and teams like that is you would have to go back to being the big market spending team you were, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, listen, Ron, thanks for the call. I appreciate you checking in. I don't know that argument applies to this year. I don't know that applies to this offseason. I agree. Back then, it was different. And when Dombrowski was here, obviously, he was spending and making trades all the time and going for big fish and all that. But the Red Sox did that this year. Craig Breslow did that this year. It was a long 5+ I guess, years of the high and bloom in the first year of Craig Breslow. But after those 5-ish years, ownership decided, all right, we're going to spend this year. And maybe if the point that Ron was making is that they don't do it often enough, I certainly agree with you there. They didn't have to have all those last place finishes and 500 finishes between now and then, but now they spent, and they're starting to look like another one of these, I'm not going to say last place teams, because Baltimore, I think, has got that one pretty well locked up, but they are not going to be a part of this wild card race if it keeps up like this. Forget the AL East. They're not going to be competitive in the wild card. And not only that, the trade deadline is going to come around, and those Jarren Duran rumors, and I say rumors with air quotes here, those rumors are going to get a lot louder. And Aroldis Chapman, those rumors are going to get a lot louder. And Alex Bregman is probably going to look for a team that is competitive, like, I don't know, Detroit, who desperately wanted him, and he turned him down so he could come play here, get $40 million, gets his money, goes, signs another big deal with Detroit. He's gone too. Just think about this, all right? The Red Sox finally spent. They finally went out and did it. And what's the ROI for John Henry? How do you think they're going to react to this? A group that's been reluctant to do this type of thing, they go out and do it, and it's worse than before. Like they need an excuse? Like they need an excuse to shut off the faucet? Matt's in Boston. Go ahead, Matt.
Hey, I'm just going to make it real quick.
Yes.
You know, look, according to the opposite calls, I think the team has some development that can be put together. Look, you have a guy like Toro. He should have gone home with that ball. I understand Zach Neto is a very quick runner. He could have gotten that out. They could have made a double play there and saved that run. However, we have Brian Bayo, Triston Casas, Rafaela, and we have a number of other guys we need to dump. And we need to dump and cut our losses and get someone in. We've lost 17 games by 1 run. That speaks to something.
Yeah, no, it certainly does, Matt. Thanks for the call. And I don't know exactly what that is. I don't know exactly what it means, but the 1-run games, you know, I said this before. I didn't freak out about that in the first month, 2 months, because I figured there's no way this is going to stay like this. This is one of those things, law of averages eventually is going to even out. And instead, that's now the identity of this team. The identity of the 2025 Boston Red Sox is if it's a close game, if it's a 1-run game, they are going to find a way to lose. And they do it just about every single time. Extra innings, 9 innings. It's really doesn't make a difference. And unfortunately, they find themselves now 5 games under 500, 29-34. Looking to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Angels tomorrow at 1:35, and then after that, they got 9 games, 6 of them against the Yankees and 3 against the Rays, who, by the way, have heated up lately and launched past you. They're 2 games over 500, the Tampa Bay Rays are, okay? The Blue Jays, same thing, 2 games over 500. You're getting lapped. And unless you want this to be a lost season here in the middle of June, I would suggest getting the Alex, Cora, whatever. It's time for one of those meetings, buddy. I don't know how many you got left. I don't know how many you've used. But if you need 3 meetings a year, now's a good time for one, because this team is about to sink beneath the waves. And that's all the time I have here tonight. I want to say thanks to Thomas. Good job. Joe Braverman, of course, with Red Sox baseball. I'll be back on tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. And the full 4 hours probably won't be all Red Sox, but a lot of it will be, especially if they get swept tomorrow. It's going to be a bloodbath. At any rate, that's all the time for me tonight. Thomas, good job. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 on Boston Sports Original WEEI. Good night.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
When the lows of bipolar depression feel dark, Caplyta is a chance to let in the light. Caplyta lumateperone is available by prescription only and can be taken alone or with lithium or valproate. Unlike some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Caplyta is proven to deliver significant symptom relief from both bipolar 1 and 2 depression. And in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common.
Caplyta can cause serious side effects. Call your doctor about sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks in young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis or for people under 18. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Monitoring is recommended. These aren't all the serious side effects. Most common side effects include sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, and dry mouth.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta. Visit caplyta.com or call 888-252-4824.
I've gathered you here today for a family strategy meeting. Johnny, after dinner, you get 30 more minutes of counting practice on iExcel. Meanwhile, Timmy, you get to use iExcel for your long division. Let's do this. Try the learning product Family Stress at iExcel.com.
I'm CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett, and you're invited to the Takeout. No reservations required. Every weeknight, our podcast serves up a balanced menu of politics, policy, and pop culture. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. Serious discussion, but we don't take ourselves too seriously. Follow and listen to the Takeout with me, Major Garrett, on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Craig Hill for my friends at East Coast Metal Roofing. If you've been considering a new roof, do not wait any longer. New tariffs on aluminum could increase the cost of a new metal roof by up to 25%. Right now, you can also save 10% and get 0% financing during the Beat the Heat summer event at East Coast Metal Roofing. Just mention my name and WEEI when you visit eastcoastmetalroofing.com to get your no-cost, no-obligation estimate. East Coast Metal Roofing, the official roofing partner of the Boston Celtics.
I don't know if you've heard, but iExcel is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. My mom calls it healthy screen time. I call it fun. Although, I guess I'm learning too. While other kids are rotting their brains out, I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. iExcel actually makes math fun. iExcel works for busy kids and busy families like yours. Start learning today at iExcel.com.
It started over 100 years ago with one hospital and one mission: to change and improve the lives of as many kids as possible. When you visit loveshriners.org, your monthly donation will keep this amazing care going.
Because at Shriners Children's, these kids can live happier and healthier lives.
You're helping all of us be extraordinary. So please, go online right now to loveshriners.org. Thank you.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station. We are back to the best of WEEI. Boston Sports Original.
So we could make room for Tom E. Curran on a Tom E. Tuesday here on WEEI. Tom E. Curran, how are we doing this week?
Tremendous. Thank you guys for holding on.
All good. Well, we want your intel from yesterday from Patriots OTAs. We've been playing a bunch of clips from the Patriots Talk podcast. You and Phil Perry, you seem to be pretty impressed by Steph Diggs, not only his presence physically being there, but how he looked on the field. Can the Patriots depend on Steph Diggs?
Hey, see, why do you always leapfrog to something like that?
Well,
I can only go with what I see on June 2nd.
I already know what you. I know you feel good. You're optimistic. You feel good about it. We're playing some clips.
Yeah,
I'm
but
curious if you think.
I don't know what he's going to be doing in October, but right now, for where he's been, Jonesy, the fact that he had an ACL 7 months ago, and to watch him take rep after rep after rep at full speed, well, 80% speed. But even being in a 2-minute, catching passes, taking the drills, which were kind of competitive drills in which guys were really racing and cutting, I was astounded that he was in that good a shape to be able to compete at that level. So to me, I think you put it this way, you can depend on him to most likely, not a doctor, be ready, I would think, somewhere in training camp. And I would bet on opening day, given that it's 100 days away still.
Do you think they put any kind of pressure on him to be like, hey, we'd really like you there on Monday after he missed the last one? And, even aside from all the stuff on the boat or whatever, but just that he wasn't there, do you think they kind of went to him, or what is your impression of that?
I would have to think the two things were intertwined. If Scott Zolak, who I trust, is intimating that there are concerns about his buy-in, and then you have the boat video last week, and then he's out there not just in attendance and on the side, but taking part even more than Jalen Polk was taking part. Maybe they had a conversation that was, can we show that we're all in here because we're not seeing it, or we want to see a little bit more. But to his credit, he was out there. He worked his ass off. He stood, behind the offense, away from the wide receivers, but with the quarterbacks watching. He spent some time with Jalen Polk. I'm not trying to put a buff and shine on, hey, he's a model citizen and he's going to have everybody under his wing. But it certainly, had the previous weekend not happened, we would have been shooting off, confetti guns.
We have a whole drawer full of those in the other room. When I saw Party City was going out of business, I stocked up. So that's good. That's a good way to think about that.
Oh, you're always in for a celebration.
That's true. That is me. So is it your understanding, Rap Sheet said he passed his physical. Florio seemed to question that today at Pro Football. Is it your understanding he's cleared his physical and now he's due his first batch of money from the Pats?
I have not plumbed that conversation because I'm clearing to partake in a limited basis in OTAs is different from clearing being physically cleared to play in a regular season game. So I don't know who to believe on that. If both those guys are at loggerheads on that, I would presume that the physical to make sure that his ACL is completely ready to go would be coming later. I mean, otherwise he would be taking fully in part, including in the full speed 11 on 11. The stuff that he was taking part in was 11 on 11, 3/4 speed. He was running pretty hard, but it was not, he was off the field for the little more intense passing events.
Steph Diggs clearly very important to this team when you look at the other names in the receiver room right now. But one of those names is Efton Chisholm III. I think we had brought him up to you maybe going a couple of weeks back. Now we've seen him on the field a little bit more. What kind of legitimate shot does this guy have of maybe making this team?
I would say it's very legitimate. He was out there with the ones a fair amount yesterday, ahead of Baker, it seemed. Now, they might not be playing the exact same spot, but he was on the field with Demario Douglas, too, and those are similarly shaped guys. He seems to get open, understand the nuances. They're running a lot of different personnel out there. He's involved in them, and he never drops the ball, period. He's just, his hands are glue, and he's constantly open. So to me, it's, unfortunately, stereotypically, it looks like Edelman did 12 or 13 years ago. So did Braxton Berrios, though.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's that kind of dependability that when you run this style offense, that's going to be a spot that's frequently open in that intermediate range. And he sits down nicely in that pocket, just inside the linebackers or over the linebackers and makes a lot of plays.
So the analogy I made earlier, and I haven't seen him as you have, so I don't even mean play style wise, but I could see this being good and bad. N'Keal Harry and Jacoby Myers in the same camp. I remember saying at the time, boy, this Myers kid is standing out, which I guess is good for him, but a bad sign for N'Keal Harry, which I guess both were kind of true. Myers went on to be a really good player, a 1,000-yard receiver.
in the NFL, eventually in Vegas. So is Chisholm standing out a good thing for, him and the receiver room, or does it say more about the lack of guys you can rely on in the receiver room? Do you understand what I'm trying to drive at?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, 100%. I get exactly what you're saying. Is it coming at the expense of who? Is he leapfrogging guys who should be, blocking out an undrafted free agent? And I would say, yeah, in the case of Baker, Polk, again, I said it to you last week, he continues to look like, a top-tier elite receiver when he's running on the other field. He just looks good. So I don't know. I said the same thing last year, once bitten, twice shy. He looks good. But if you had to say, okay, well, who will Efton Chisholm be on the team in place of if Booty continues to play okay, which he has, if Polk plays and transfers, Douglas will have his spot, Williams will have his spot, Diggs will have his spot. I would have to say that if Kendrick Bourne can be deemed expendable because some of these younger guys can play, then that would be a place I'd look. I'm leaving Baker out of the conversation because I think he is in an uphill swim right now, period. But you have to look at the whole room and say, all right, we can really only dress 5. Who are we dressing? Chisholm might have, special teams relevance as a returner. So I'd keep an eye, and I know that Josh McDaniels loves Kendrick Bourne. He's gotten good production from him, but just, handicapping where guys would possibly be on the cut line, I would say Kendrick Bourne could be if all these younger players continue to show maturity and to be where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there.
What, if anything, Tom, has stood out regarding Will Campbell, and does it matter yet at this point that he's one of 7 first-round picks not to sign a contract?
Nothing has really stood out. He's out there all the time, and when you talk to guys, yesterday we talked to Nwenu, they all love the way he carries himself and the way he operates. So to me, he's where he's supposed to be. He's not getting dusted. May had a terrific day, which I'm sure we'll get to a little bit, but I think a lot of that was, the